Oops, sorry, was it? I believe so. Yeah, I think it's finished.
He's finished it. He just exported it.
Oh, they're now. Yeah, right.
It hasn't taken a while. It's just I'm waiting. I think you're keeping one more thing and then just go. Oh. Okay.
It's terrible quality.
So what's on today?
This is the start of.
Yeah, what have I covering?
Well, it's just an introduction to start with.
The area of ketchup. Finance motions already closed. Someone close this week. City council.
Start video on this computer and then I'll start video. Oh, right. And then we go.
Here's YouTube. Here's YouTube. Oh, it's already on YouTube. Meetings now on stream on YouTube. You want me to turn on the camera?
Yes, but it's not.
What's this?
Yes. Yeah, and that's not it. That usually has a rocker, a remote that's on the cover. It's not in the
It's not
box.
there?
It's not in the box. It's not.
I mentioned it before, but
Is it because Grace has got it on here?
she shouldn't.
She is, because I couldn't start it otherwise.
Should I close it?
Yeah, just close it out.
Okay.
Okay.
Close on program. Okay, it's done it.
Go to HDMI.
Should Grace stop? Grace is logged on because she started it. So she started it from her laptop.
probably should get a log off, shouldn't I? Because if Grace is on, then this wouldn't be the administrative computer. Is that right?
I think this was logged in. It is logged in as this
But if
local
Grace
account.
is like on,
It's getting taken. Do we have any wire connection coming this place? Maybe I'll try to patch it.
Oh, Emma says she can hear us. Grace says she can hear us.
oh, us talking.
Yes.
That's not good.
What? Yeah, what device is it picking it up from? The laptop or from the camera?
It's just going really slow.
Yeah, try to change to wire connection.
Okay. You hear me at the camera, Grace?
It's just, I've shut it down again and just reset it again. Still not.
On that one, that one's going to the projector.
Yeah. I can remove that one.
Yeah.
And we get this ready. So what's this laptop turn on when you come here?
Emma
Was
brought
it-
it with her.
I brought it with me. It's probably dead.
No, was this laptop wasn't a turn on stage? I was thinking maybe we can restart it.
Yeah, we can try restart it.
Grace is saying she can hear us as what we are.
We can restart it. We're just getting frozen.
We'll carry on fiddling.
Right, I was going to move on to another topic now. The other issue that contributed to the decline of PC related treatment plant and the recovery plant. Ultimately, I'll just issue the commission for PC73 account. In my view, the potential will be at a low probability of reducing significance in relation to the recovery plant and the treatment plant should be given some weight and the overall consideration of the appropriateness of the rezoning support. He remained concerned about the potential for reducing activity, and he acknowledged that on the evidence reducing activity effects are of low probability, but given the absolute critical nature of the pieces of infrastructure to the future growth and development of Rolleston, a degree of caution was appropriate. With some candor, I can probably say, we had not really anticipated that this was going to be in the hearing, so the quality of the evidence that you have in front of you is not, so, and we just didn't see it coming. It became an issue in the hearing, it's just one of those things that became bigger than we had anticipated. And he obviously was not satisfied that he had the question in front of him to make a decision on appropriate buffer distance, which is why.
Do we
in
have
this
to
case,
log out of
we
this
had,
one?
Mr. Van Pekel doing, even though it's a lot more detail than we gave in that consent process, it was Mr. Isley, who was the Selwyn District Council's own expert. And by flow, I suppose Mr. Van Keekum was engaged by Environment Canterbury to peer review the council's odour assessment. Details of their respective involvement in that process are outlined in their evidence. Notably, the application by the council for its own consent was processed non-notified on the basis that the effects of the discharge would be less than minor. And I note that the Living 3 zoning underlying the PC 73 sites, that's homes in particular, but also Skellerup, would have allowed a dwelling as close as 500 metres to that PRRP. And this is the basis on which the adverse effects were assessed in that consent process. And both Mr. Isley and Mr. Van Keekum in particular, as the reviewer for EPN, can talk to you about the information they had. Mr. Isley was not involved in PC 73, and in hindsight, he should have been. And Mr. Bender for the council at PC 73 considered that the proposed separation distance, which was what we were proposing, 600 metres, would, from the active composting areas, would likely to be sufficient for avoiding adverse effects of odour from normal and compliant operations at the PRRP. So if you can appreciate going into the hearing, we thought, well, 500 what was discussed at the consenting hearing, Selwyn's own consenting hearing. We were proffering 600. Mr. Bender was saying, in the main, 600 is fine. So that's just an explanation of why we didn't perceive to be an issue going into the hearing. Was we had taken into account what council had applied for in its own consenting process. 500 was thought to be sufficient. We proffered 600, and we had Mr. Bender, at least in writing, saying 600 from normal and compliant operations is acceptable. He had concerns, however, to be fair to him, in relation to possible abnormal emissions or upset conditions that could arise from the PRRP. And his concerns, those same concerns are what is repeated here for PC 82. So it was these upset conditions or abnormal conditions. There doesn't seem to be disagreement on if it's well managed every day, 600 metres is fine. It was these possible abnormal emissions or upset conditions that were raised as the issue. And ultimately it's those that the Commissioner makes his decision on. He accepts that usual operations 600 will be fine. So at the PC 73 hearing, Mr. Bender had no definitive view on what the setback from the PRRP to manage those upset conditions should actually be. And he considered a compromise between two recommended setback distances, and he said 1,000 setback would be more agreeable than the applicant's proposed 600 metre setback. Mr. Boyd also expressed his view that a minimum 1,000 metre setback would be appropriate, although it's not clear on what conclusions that's based. He's got no experience, obviously. What the Commissioner then did, so we come out of the hearing thinking the Commissioner's going to decide between our profit 600 or the Council's more agreeable 1,000. And we expected a decision that's either going to be 600, 1,000 or somewhere in between. What we got was the Commissioner concluding, I accept that the 600 metre setback is likely to be sufficient for avoiding adverse odour effects from future residents on the home block from the normal operations of the PRRP. That's not a dispute. I remain concerned that there is potential for odour and consequential reverse sensitivity effects from the open air composting as a result of abnormal emissions and the projected increased volumes of organic and green waste and increased proportion of curbside. Upset conditions can occur even in well-run composting operations, and in his view that was relevant. Again, with the benefit of hindsight, we obviously did not explain properly to the Commissioner that the assessments had all been done, taking into account the projected increase of volumes of organic and green waste and increased population for curbside organics. The odour assessments had all been done at the full capacity of 53,000 tonnes, which is what had been discussed in the EPN process as a practical limit, and my understanding is that that is not a dispute between any of the experts that you'll hear from. Again, in hindsight, we could have done a better job at explaining to the Commissioner the likelihood of upset conditions actually occurring, and we didn't do this at all. being entirely dependent on a number of equally unlikely factors occurring all at the same time. And Mr. Van Keekum now covers this in significant detail. It is also important to understand that for the PRRP to operate in a way which would cause odour beyond 600 metres, it would need to be operating in breach of its consent. That is what this euphemistically upset conditions are that is being projected against. And in my submission, there is not a scenario that the law and decision makers are able to legally protect. Reverse sensitivity is the vulnerability of a lawfully established land use to complaints from newly established, more sensitive land use. However, a land use that is operating in breach of its conditions cannot genuinely claim to be suffering from reverse sensitivity effects. We note that the council's own condition for the PRRP, which was proffered, as I understand, by Mr. Azali and reviewed by Mr. Van Keekum, includes a condition that the discharge shouldn't cause any odour or particulate matter which is offensive or objectionable beyond the boundary of the property. As such, these euphemistically described upset conditions that Mr. Boyd is concerned about are discharge events where the odour is offensive or objectionable beyond the boundary and are in breach of consent. The argument of reverse sensitivity effects occurring in such conditions as raised by Mr. Boyd in my submission are not legally valid, and it would be entirely appropriate to expect consent holders to remedy the situation where they're in breach, for example, through proper implementation of the consent or, if required, improvements and upgrades to composting methods. The law relating to reverse sensitivity is not here to protect the consent holder from the effects of his own inability to comply with the current conditions of consent. Notwithstanding all of this, we still say that the evidence before the Commissioner in this hearing is that a 600 metre setback from the PRRP is more than adequate for avoiding reverse sensitivity effects on the PRRP, even with a very low likelihood of upset conditions occurring. And Mr. Van Keekum will explain to you, which we didn't explain to Commissioner Caldwell, what needs to happen for those upset conditions to occur. You need to be in breach of consent, turning a composting row when the wind is blowing in a direction when you're not meant to be turning a consent, but it's blowing in that direction. So there's a whole concoction of the holes in the Swiss cheese that need to line up, and it would need to be a breach for that to occur. I'll leave it to him to explain it in technical terms, but that's the evidence here.
Maybe Swiss cheese is a technical term.
Yeah. So how do these issues of urban form and reverse sensitivity affect each other? So one of the issues that the Commissioner for PC 73 grappled with was if he determined a different odour setback than the 600 metres that we have proposed, that might then have some knock-on urban form issue that we hadn't addressed.
Yes.
So as I said, so we've gone away thinking he's going to decide between 600 and 1,000, but what he found, and it's fair enough, he found he was left with a lacuna in the evidence, and he said any increase in separation distances, i.e. beyond the 600 that we proposed, would need to be carefully considered in terms of the overall proposal and the impact it would have on development opportunities, urban design issues and similar. So in my view, reverse sensitivity effects cannot be addressed in an integrated way simply by the inclusion of an extended setback on the ODP for the Honus block. So what we have done for this hearing is we have addressed in the urban form evidence how 600 metre or 1,000 metre or some other number in between would have differing outcomes for urban form. So we've addressed those scenarios off. As I've said, it's 72. So paragraph 73, therefore, whatever setback the Commissioner decides is appropriate for these plan changes, there will be an acceptable urban form solution available. Now, the rest of these submissions deal with the City Council and ECAM's argument on the NPSQD, the regional policy statement. At the time I wrote these, I hadn't read, obviously, the legal submissions that have now come in from the City Council. I am conscious of time. I was wondering if you have read these submissions, whether we're better to leave it, unless you've got questions. We will hear from the City Council and ECAM, and then I'll come back and reply, rather than me doing this now. I'm in your hands, but...
Well, I have read all of this,
Yeah.
so I don't think you need to go through it in the way you have been.
perhaps maybe just I could deal with the, significantly to development capacity. So putting aside the questions on whether this void policy and the
Yes.
regional policy statement is a problem or not, maybe if I could deal with the, does it add significantly to development capacity and does it contribute to a well-functioning urban environment?
Yes.
Going to touch on those. So
Yes.
paragraph 81, would the plan changes add significantly to development capacity? We say the simple answer is yes. Significance in terms of capacity is not just a matter of how many lots will be provided by a particular plan change, or that obviously that is a highly relevant factor. There are a range of factors, and we don't have any criteria yet set by ECAN that have been identified as relevant to this question of significance. The MFE guidelines, and that's what we referred to in previous plan change hearings, and probably what you will refer to in plan change 72. So the issues aren't just the number of lots, the significance of scale and the location, the extent to which the development provides for identified demand, timing of development, and no doubt you're going to talk to Mr. Carter shortly, but this is a well-resourced developer with a track record, and coming back to your question about why didn't we just wait for the proposed plans, I think we have an applicant that's in a hurry. And you asked the question about why didn't we just wait for the proposed plan. There have been some other plan changes that have gone through, have not been appealed, and they're underway. And Mr. Carter's got at least one example of one of those that's already been approved, and there's the works are already underway. So that's the answer to your question. It is a developer in a hurry. And nevertheless, I say 83, the numbers alone do demonstrate that the plan changes would add significantly to development capacity in the context of housing stock in Rolleston, with PC 81 proposing around 350 lots, which is about 4.5% of the current housing stock, and PC 82 proposing 1,320 lots, being around 10% of current housing stock. Those two taken together with PC 73, that proposes to provide 2,100 lots. And as we said before, a positive decision on PC 8182 is likely to be influential on the resolution of that appeal. I probably don't need to read the CCC and ECAN reliance on housing capacity assessment. You're going to hear evidence on all of this. So I've just referred you at 91 to what Commissioner Caldwell's conclusion was in that case on that evidence. Much the same evidence here, but you've got to make your own decision. Paragraph 92, CCC and ECAN do refer to recent plan changes that have been approved, and they say these add to development capacity at Rolleston. I just point out at 92.1, many of the recently approved Rolleston plan changes are within the future development areas and have already been counted as part of the capacity assessments on which the councils relies. You can't double count them and say, well, we included them in our capacity assessment, but now they're going through a plan change and they've been approved and count them again. And many of the other plan changes that the councils rely on are located in other parts of Selwyn, and that is relevant when you're considering the issue of location. They're not at Rolleston. And further, policy 2 requires at least sufficient development capacity to be provided at all times. The fact that these plan changes might actually assist Selwyn in meeting its sufficient capacity requirement does not mean that development capacity beyond this should be included. Down at 96, the other question of would the plan changes contribute to a well-functioning urban environment? The City Council does not consider the plan changes would meet the test, as they're outside of the protected infrastructure boundary, i.e. outside map A. I probably won't read 97. This is the argument. Paragraph 98, the City Council also cite the MPS proposed, well, upcoming MPS on versatile soils as being a reason why development might not be appropriate. Yet, as set out in the evidence of Mr. Mathamo, the plan change sites do not contain soils that would be considered highly productive or versatile under that proposed MPS. In fact, we say that that's one of the factors that means that the only possible direction for growth in Rolleston would be west. Both CCC and ECAN do not consider the plan changes supported by infrastructure or are well connected along transport corridors. In answer to that, we just say, well, very rarely will a greenfield development have at day one all of the required infrastructure and transport connections that will be needed for a fully implemented development. This is because until that greenfield development is sure to be realised, there's no point in providing those services. The evidence, however, demonstrates that the plan change sites can be serviced appropriately and will have good connections with the rest of Rolleston, which will inevitably improve over time through the urbanisation of that part of Rolleston. So based on that evidence, the plan changes would contribute to a well-functioning urban environment. I probably don't need to deal with the RPS at this stage. Coming to the conclusions, I've covered 106, which is the topics on which we consider expert focusing would be helpful.
Yes.
And I won't deal with 107 and 108. I've dealt with the issue of circularity. And then I've set out the witnesses who will be appearing.
Thank you. Got some questions that relate now to it. To be frank, they're better asked to witnesses.
That's fine.
But there is one matter that I wanted to just actually just come back right early on to this block of land to the south that is
Oh, the Gabbett Trust.
Gabbett Trust, Gabbett Estate. Do you? What I just want to understand is obviously it's an ancient established trust for the purpose of agricultural activity. But you know, anything can be changed, can't it? Or is there some legal impediment that makes it impossible to change?
Well, they would need to make, in my understanding, it would need to involve an application to the High Court to change the terms of the trust, is my understanding of the process that will need to follow. My understanding, I don't know when Mr. Carter's got anything he can add on this, because he's probably tried to buy all the land in the district, but he might be able to add something to it. But it is a quite complicated process of changing a trustee. And my understanding is that Mr. Carter could comment on this. There isn't any appetite from these landowners to do that. They, for example, are not seeking rezoning of their land through the proposed plan. No. So you can change all the trustees that you like. My understanding is the owners of this land have not signalled any desire or appetite to change the terms of their trust. So how would that happen if the landowners don't have the appetite, they've missed the boat on the proposed plan, they would have to seek a plan change, and I'm not aware of any evidence to suggest that they have any appetite to do so. Is that?
Yeah, if I may, we've spoken to one of the trustees of the trust, there's two trustees. It was set up for agricultural purposes. They don't wish to see it be used for anything other than agricultural purposes. There has been numerous changes to the trustee going through acts of parliament over time. That's complicated, but there is no
change trustees.
The trust change aspects of the trustee.
Aspects of the trustee.
Yeah. So originally, and I'm ad-libbing slightly, but originally they it was set up to donate something like $100 a year to the Canterbury Library. And so they had to interpret what the Canterbury Library was, and that was interpreted to be a Christchurch City Library. And then they also were given very small amounts to two scholarships to the University of Canterbury. They had to interpret the trustee to make sure those amounts were actually more significant than the $20 a year or whatever it was in the trustee. So there's been a lot of history over this trust. And it's very substantial, it's 1,100 hectares.
Yes, I saw that from the attachment to your evidence. That's sort of surprised me just how big an area it was.
Yeah.
Um,
I think the practical point is that not showing any appetite to want to resign. They're the only parties that could want that. They're not a submitter on the proposed plan, so there's no suggestion, certainly through that process, or through the MDR request process, because the council have included it in the variation, that this land could become residential land at any time soon.
And it's all versatile soils, it's under irrigation. Yeah, it's,
Okay, fine. Now, part of the council's documentation was a memo from Natalie Head about the process of private plan changes, which
You'll have to remind me, because there's been lots of memos from that.
which was 17th of August 22 from Paul Rogers. It's really a legal background.
Is this the, I'm seeing lots of early advice on the enabling act process and don't change
No,
it.
it's really around clause 26.
Right, okay, I'll have to call that one up and have a look it up. I'm sure I will have written an answer.
I would like your views on whether you agree what he's saying there. And a lot of it revolves around jurisdiction for, well, whether the process has been correctly followed for private plan changes, whether a plan change has actually been prepared, or put it bluntly, the question, these provisions have been around since 1990, they're not new. Is it lawful, I'll put it bluntly, because I need to be satisfied, is it lawful to publicly notify a plan change request? Or is it only lawful to publicly notify a plan change prepared by the council from a plan change request in accordance with clause 26?
Okay, I'll have a look at that. So this isn't specifically a question related only to this plan change, it's a wider.
No, it's
No.
it's probably a Commissioner Thomas question.
Yes, okay.
Around my jurisdiction.
I'll
And
certainly,
the secondary question, because it's implied in this memo, is that I have jurisdiction to consider these two plan changes, this is obviously a combined hearing, not a joint hearing, on their merits in accordance with Long Bay, etc. requirements. Now, is that in fact the case, or am I confined by the submissions? Now, in this particular case, pretty much everything is covered by submissions, perhaps apart from ecology matters, which are relatively, minor. But I welcome your,
yes,
this could come as reply if you like.
yes, no, that's, I'll certainly do that by reply.
Yeah.
I'm sure I have seen the memo and I probably agree with him, but I've seen a large number of memos and,
He certainly considers that council has undertaken the process correctly,
Yes.
and it's really about that first point more than the second point
I will certainly address that.
and he relies on, if you like, the labelling or the heading of that section being about notification.
I'll come back to you on that.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we can move on. We're a bit behind time, but we will go to Mr. Carter.
I think we'll speed up now. We have summaries for each witness that are very short.
Thank you. Please start and read your summary.
Sure, and happy to take your questions. So, my full name is Timothy Morris Carter. I'm a director and owner of Rolleston Industrial Developments and Brookside Road Residential Development, subsidiaries of Carter Group Limited, which the I've been involved in investment and development projects for the last 20 years. Carter Group is a third generation family company that is involved in significant property investment throughout Greater Christchurch and has extensive residential subdivision experience. Carter Group has a strong affiliation with Christchurch Central City, having greatly contributed to its regeneration following the Canterbury Earthquake in 2011 through developments and investments in the central city. Carter Group has a significant investment in the district of Selwyn, including the I-Port Business Park, which is a very large industrial business park on the other side of the state highway. In addition, we're also the components of these two plan change 73 and plan change 69, 190 hectare residential development in Lincoln. And we also have significant farming investments in the district. In Carter Group's view, Selwyn is the only district in Canterbury that has ample land to provide for ongoing growth opportunities. This will benefit not only Selwyn, but also Christchurch City and Waimakariri. It is important that the district provides adequate facilities, infrastructure, recreation assets that will cater for this anticipated growth. I may just add, it's not written down, but we're looking for development opportunities constantly, and Greater Canterbury is really where we focus. We have looked extensively through Waimakariri, and it's really hard to find significant development opportunities because of the flooding primarily and the ground conditions in Waimak and the urban form. It's very hard to look strategically and find large-scale opportunities that tackle the potential development opportunities, including we may not look at the legislation definition of good urban form, but we look at good urban form in terms of the market demand for sections and how developable the land is in terms of ground conditions and flooding risk. Waimak doesn't have opportunities. Christchurch City is very much, in our opinion, running out of potential residential greenfield development land. It's expanded to the borders just about of the city, and any land that is left that is undeveloped, in our view, has flooding, geotech, and other constraints, such as airport voice contours, which don't make it appropriate for development. So, Jolly contours. So that really does leave us with Selwyn. So that is, I think, why you find, in our view, why so many of these plan changes that the district is dealing with are in Selwyn, and there's none in Christchurch City and one in Waimakariri. So that's the reason why. Carter Group has experienced a major section shortfall in Selwyn firsthand, where the imbalance of supply and demand has a major impact on land availability. Carter Group has recently gone back into residential development in response and has been inundated with requests for buyers, from buyers and builders to secure sections. So we used to be a very significant residential developer in Christchurch 20, 30 years ago. We're still doing some in Christchurch. We've recently done a subdivision in Hawthorne, but it's been a conscious decision to go back into the subdivision market. The reason why we weren't doing residential subdivisions for a period is because we simply didn't have any availability of land to do it. Hence why we've now made a conscious decision in terms of these rezonings to get back into the market in a significant one. The only direction Rolleston, in our view, can feasibly grow and accommodate residential growth is to the west, due to the factors that were mentioned previously by Ms. Appleyard, and also that will be covered by the urban designers later. But we look at it sort of as a bird's eye view when we're looking for land opportunities, and we can't see any feasible way that Rolleston can grow anyway other than west. Hence why we've committed to the areas of 73, 81 and 82. The PC 81 and 82 sites represent a valuable opportunity to address a significant demand for residential land in Selwyn. And I just sort of maybe to demonstrate, you'll hear from the economist and the real estate agent later, but to sort of come back to your earlier question about why have we gone for private plan changes rather than relying on the proposed district plan. And it's really just because there is so much pressure for sections, and we want to do everything we can to control and expedite the rezoning of the developments we're involved with. Recently, there was Plan Change 64 that was approved by Fast Track, so that was approved in Fast Track in November 2021, and I'd encourage you to perhaps do a site visit of that if you do a further site visit of 81 and 82. If you drive through that now, it is now developed with houses. It's largely all development built out. It was only approved less than a year ago, November 21. The demands.
Farringdon East? No.
That is 64. It will be Farringdon East. No, Farringdon West.
Farringdon West.
East. Farringdon West. And it's largely developed.
So they would have driven through it on the way home last night. So
Yeah.
moving away into town. Sort of.
I drove through it last week and I was astounded at the progress that they've made in such a short time, not just in terms of putting in the roads, but having the houses constructed. It is truly mind-boggling, and that is the pressure that we face while we are doing everything that we can to expedite the
No
zoning.
wonder the country can't get any building materials. It's down here.
Well, I think it probably would have been it was more cheap too. So
Yeah.
that's the alarming thing.
Thank you. There's a bit of debate in the evidence about, yes, this is good, sort of even lower density, family size sections is the biggest demand, but then there's also stuff in the evidence about retirees coming out here. In fact, the full range of market. And there's also in the evidence about the opportunity for varieties of types of housing. And I'll be teasing a few of those things out with the design people a bit later on. But does the Carter Group get into sort of more medium density development in terms of build, or even in partnership with other parties?
Not in terms of build. So our model is to develop land and sell land to developers or house builders to then build out. But we are very open, and we have sold land to house builders who build separate detached houses, and we've sold land to people who will build medium density terraced housing.
Yes.
And we would endeavour the opportunity for both as part of the land west of Dunners Crossing Road, including PC 81 and 82.
And would you do that by basically kind of selling a super lot for further development and subdivision at the end of a sort of medium density development, that sort of process? Yes. The other question was really your, I think I had a hand in a plan change for your bulk retail on the other side so many years ago.
Yes.
And the growth of Rolleston in terms of being self-sufficient, reducing travel, etc. On the other, in terms of the town centre going gangbusters here, but how is that side of it going in terms of the bulk retail side of it on the other side of the railway?
So if I could maybe answer this in terms of that full industrial side, it's going phenomenally well. We have, at iPort, we were developing and selling after subdivision 35 hectares. We have one site left. Land values have doubled in the last 6 to 9 months. There is a real shortage of industrial land. In terms of the bulk retail, we are progressing that right at the moment. We've actually got a consent for the development of that within Selwyn Council, a largely permitted consent. We have got huge tenant inquiry and some one that I can't mention because I'm bound by a confidentiality agreement with the retailer, but one very large international retailer, which would be a real benefit and attraction to the South Island, not just Rolleston.
It is of a large format style of retail, which
It's
is
a very
really
large format, and it would be a real benefit to the full South Island, not just Rolleston. So it's a very significant scale retail.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. That's very helpful.
Jocelyn, is this what you want? Paper sets, they're on camera?
They'll have you back to the camera, but that's fine. Getting you.
Some
Or actually, they might be more challenging to hear. Perhaps
What about if we sit on the side?
Do you want to swap here?
that would be all right.
Yeah, that's fine for me.
Do you need a copy?
No, I'm fine.
The volume is quite important, isn't it, for the witness to pick it up, so they do need to be let into the room.
Yes,
Is it picking up the volume okay?
yes, yes, take confirmation that it's now accessing.
Tim, you could probably sit there. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Mr. Sellers, welcome.
Thank you. My full name is Gary Russell Sellers. I'm a director of valuation consultant at Colliers Valuation. I've been in that position at Colliers for 14 years. My experience and qualifications are set out in my statement of evidence dated 26 August 2022. The residential property market in Greater Christchurch has experienced significant demand in the last 2 years, which placed stress on the supply of both vacant and improved product, resulting in significant price escalation. This market cycle is well publicised and results from low interest rates and constrained supply. In early 2022, the market has entered a correction phase, following increases in interest rates and a drop in market confidence. The average annual volume of vacant residential sales in Rolleston has fluctuated during the last 10 years, rising from a low of 123 sales in 2011, immediately following the Canada rate sequence, to a sub-peak of 685 in 2013, and then settling to an average of at or around 485 sales per annum for the period from 2014 through 2018. Since 2018, there has been a sharp increase, culminating in 1,191 sales in 2020. The average residential section sale price in Rolleston has followed a relatively regular upward trend from 2011 until 2020, and then there has been exponential growth of at or around 100% in the last 24 months. Up until early 2022, the supply of vacant land had failed to keep pace with the ongoing level of demand. In the Rolleston market, there was only a limited number of vacancies available for purchase. Small releases of sections in 2021 prior to the current market correction resulted in significant price escalation. The land market in Rolleston in 2021 exhibited a dysfunctional market where there was no supply of choice, with uncompetitive market practices being adopted by vendors, resulting in extreme price escalation. Developers and real estate agents report there is now reduced inquiry, with marketability for full but tight blocks. Off-plan section purchases are also low. The residential section market correction is considered to be a temporary hiatus, unless major structural changes are made to the Selwyn district land supply and rezoning or intensification are considered that supply and demand imbalance, which existed in 2021, will resurface. Predicting the duration of the current correction phase is difficult, if not impossible, to determine. However, eventually the market will recover. The only solution to the ongoing imbalance of supply and demand is increased supply. One of the key attractions of Rolleston is the low density rural environment where there very few two-level residential dwellings. House buyers are attracted to Rolleston by the price advantage relative to Christchurch, the larger section sizes and low development density. I'm of the opinion this situation is unlikely to change in the short to medium term. I'm of the opinion that the Enabling Act, well, Resource Management Enabling Act will have limited impact on solar district revenue.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I found your evidence in chief, your graph on paragraph 21 quite interesting in terms of just showing the drop off, or the peak and the drop, just in recent time. I also found the table after paragraph 32 interesting. In that 2022, the bacon average price, isn't it? For sections 400, 499 was 329, but 800 to 899, 380. Now, if I was buying, I'd buy the big one. But if I was a developer selling, I wouldn't create any big ones, I'd create all small ones.
Yeah, that table is a little misleading in that it's the average for the whole year, where the market moves significantly during the last 6 months of that year. And there weren't many sales in the 800 to 899 category, so it's a little bit misleading.
Right, okay, I get that. Paragraph 44, multi-section services. Is the component of this, the middle of that paragraph, so another component of the market original section, now reselling sections, then set on multi-section purchases. You're talking about, if you like, the house building sector there?
A bit of both really. There's builders in there, and there's also some parties we can afford. Early on, 3 or 4 sections in the same subdivision, thinking they could speculating, and what happened. The circumstances arisen with interest rates rising that they can't or don't want to settle on all of them. On selling them at a price less than what the market is now. The market went up significantly during 21, so a lot of these purchases were early 21. Prices could have gone up 100, 150,000 in that period. They're selling them for less than what the market was, or what some of the surrounding developers are asking. Creating a multi-tier market.
So they are selling rather than hanging on. Yes, that's what you're saying. Which flows through a little bit into the paragraph 55, the analysis and there, where you're starting to get into the elements of land supply and across the land supply, and your sort of vacant for sale builder now. I understand that the sales are ones that are literally on the market,
yes,
and not yet sold,
and not subject to a building contract, land and house building package.
Ah, okay. Whereas the builder one are subject to land.
Well, they are built. They're built houses for the land component.
Oh, they're built and then sold.
No, that's to be built.
To be built,
yes,
but they've got a package.
The package is so through the build. So you have to buy a package. Yes, to access that land.
Right. And the vacant are kind of ones you've just been talking about, where they've been speculatively.
Oh, not all. Some of them could have been sitting around. Often you find in any location there's a smattering of sections that people have just own next door to themselves, or someone owns it absentee, and they just sit there, not on the market, but they're sitting there vacant. But yes, some of those could be the ones that are.
Which is the bulk of them at the moment in terms of that particular category.
Yep.
Sitting there. think, damn, I should have sold 12 months ago, probably in that category.
Some of them could be there, some of them could be in the full sale one. If they're in the full sale, if they're actually actively on the market at the moment, they're in the full sale column of 42.
In terms of the case studies you did on 40 to 48, which compare price escalation over a couple of years for similar sized sections in particular locations. I mean, presumably there are a lot of other factors that come to bear in terms of price, location, access to all sorts. But I mean, I don't know intimately those addresses in terms of what those locations offer, but I just thought it was a rather kind of, it's a bit more complicated than that, I was thinking.
Yes, well, we tried to, it's not easy to get 3 sales in those periods of similar size in the same way, in the same suburbs. And so we've tried to marry up the land areas with locations as close as possible to each other.
Yeah.
So in those 3 examples,
Right.
the locations are relatively similar.
Right, that's good to know. That's not quite such local intimate knowledge of the areas is helpful.
And those escalations, the first one is for a 1-year period.
Yes.
It's important to note that the second one, which is the bottom line in each table, is for a 2-year period.
Yes. Yes. Now, paragraph 32. You say the further urban development areas must be considered as long-term potential, if at all. Now, my understanding is that all of that is now either in the process of being zoned or is zoned or being consented. So while it might not be short-term, surely it would be medium plus.
Well, the further areas we've referred to are not part of the current plan changes. If they're part of the plan change, they're shown in the plan change section of the evidence. So that's been extracted out of the FUDA area.
So this is partly where my little wiring diagram is going to come in a little bit, because I may not have understood it all correctly. And so I'm thinking of, if you like, the complex relationship between the proposed plan and what it started out with originally, the plan changes that have come in, the other things that we talked about, like HASHA consenting and COVID fast track consenting. But ultimately, the end of it is variation 1 that's only just been notified, which kind of almost tries to tidy all that up and say even where we've got stuff and fill in the gaps, as I understand it. And I'm keen to know if my understanding isn't right, because it's really quite important to the kind of bigger picture here. As has been said to me, the context is important, and I agree. And therefore, that all needs to, if I'm right, that all needs to come into your kind of supply picture.
Yeah. Well, if I can make it clear that this evidence was prepared prior to the notification of variation 1.
Yes.
So it excludes that impact. And we've identified all the land that is either consented and being developed now in the food area or is subject to plan change. We've separated it out from what I now call the food area. So what's left in the food area is land that is not subject to plan change, hasn't been developed. And in most cases, if there is piecemeal lots that are small rural lifestyle properties, basically.
The difficult to put together ones, or the more difficult.
Yes.
Yes. Now, I'll get some
Which is
advice
not zoned.
at some point from the council as to how variation one is dealing with those, because I haven't, variation one documentation isn't in front of me, although I can go away and look at it. That's not my role. My role is to have that stuff put in front of me. So that's why I was sort of flagging that in terms of understanding some of these components and the effect they have effectively on supply. Now, I accept that land doesn't get developed unless the owner wants it to be developed. So that is a factor. But then some other incentives often come along in that regard too. So let me come back to my questions.
So yes, I put the food of land in my long
Yes.
category because I think it's the stuff that's there at the end. The people have shown no inclination or ambition to, one, apply for plan change, or two, seek any other development option at this stage.
So is there a number that amounts to in terms of hectares, unzoned food of potential piece meal, 173 hectares?
We've got, sorry, I'll just refer back to my evidence.
This is, I'm looking at paragraph 72, and there's a table there, additional potential supply, unzoned food of potential piece.
Yeah, so 173 hectares.
That's a lot.
Yes.
I wonder if it's possible. Is it possible to generate a map that shows that and make sure we're all agreed, if you like, between
So we really
the
want
hearing
to,
on the status
so
of it
right,
all?
yes, the food areas, which ones are subject to plan change? You know, and how advanced are they? Like one example, PC 71 has been for a hearing decision, but a bit of it was declined, for example. And then we've got plan changes like PC 70, which are in a FODA, but we're going through fast track. And then we've got other areas which are in a FODA where the landowner has shown no appetite through either a plan change application or on the rezoning application and proposed plan to actually do anything with that land. So that's sort of categories I think you need in.
Yes, I mean, it's all about Mr. Sellers' evidence of what is the reasonable short, medium, long-term supply. That is the context for the challenge of this hearing, which is what it's all about. So, from my very cursory look at variation one, I thought there was the rats and mice type added in additional zoning of lands, currently zoned rural, but in the future urban development areas, or at least within the structure plan area, of about 40 hectares, not 173 hectares. So, but that was a very cursory look at that documentation. But I'm sure this one can help me when we come to this, clarify those matters. Now, 81, you say in your summary that you think the medium density residential standards will have impact.
Yes.
And that's largely because of what you see as local market demand, as I understand.
Yes.
Does kind of create opportunities for people for more affordable housing that just didn't exist before. In terms of saying, God, kids, the housing started, I'm not going to give you money for your deposit, but I've just got an example of this. I just done it's a matter of interest, just done a consent for someone on the terrace in Wellington, not the southern end of the terrace, the very north end of the terrace, who happens to be a senior public service manager who's got two daughters and said, look, rather than us help fund you into housing because you're not going to be able to afford it, we'll move out and we'll build a house in the backyard. This is before the MDRS had actually come in. a house in the backyard, a brand new studio, and you two can almost split the existing house into two sort of units for you. Now that is now just dead easy to consent. And the affordability of housing is such that it would look quite attractive rather than handing over your life savings to your children when you don't want to. He says, I mean, just done it. No. Do you know what I mean? In other words, there really are some affordability drivers there in the market that actually that could be quite a factor in people's decision making that was never a factor before.
You might want to talk about more Christchurch, work that's been done, the technique work that's been done, where there's going to be uptake in why.
Oh, yes, that would be.
Yes, there was a report done by a property group for the City Council on examining the impact and where they thought, where they perceived that high density development would occur in Christchurch based on a whole raft of inputs in terms of land values and house values, and also where the predominance in different suburbs were that there was land available as well in terms of larger sections.
Yes.
And that their heat map, they essentially created a heat map where the, like the darker the red sort of tinge was where they thought more would occur and less in other cases. And that predominantly occurred all around the suburbs close to the city. It's basically through St Albans, wrapping, I don't know if you know Christchurch very well, St Albans to the north, and wrapping around through to Mirabelle, Fenelton and Riccarton, through that area. And then further up the corridor between Riccarton Road and Glenelg Road, which is already sort of a low level of medium density anyway.
Such a
But essentially close to the city centre and close to major transport and commercial areas.
Yes.
Can you see any potential in Rolleston?
I cannot see any potential at the moment. Looking in the medium, even long term for the conventional medium density as proposed in the areas rules to occur in those locations. And even in the outskirts of Christchurch, I find it very hard to believe it will occur for many years.
What this work is showing.
Yes.
So just coming back to, if you like, the frenzied peak of demand, your view is that the market, in terms of demand side rather than supply side, will return to a reasonably high level. Now that's coming into the sort of other witnesses a little bit, but I'll talk to them about that. But that's your evidence.
Yes. It will return. It's a matter of when. How long we're in this pause, want a better word, pause or correction phase. But I'm of the opinion it will come back. And Rolleston before and even now is still a preferred location.
Part of that, of course, is the cost of money.
Yes.
And that things haven't actually got any more affordable by prices dropping. You're probably paying more overall over the life of high mortgage rates. So that's a key dynamic that isn't really discussed a great deal in the evidence, but
well, we are aware that the market is still transacting through Christchurch.
yes.
It's just that it's probably been the most impacted at the new section, new build area where there's two factors playing out. And there's one has been the paucity of supply, and three, the building supply issues and cost escalation as well. But the market is still there, it's just not prepared to transact or buy at the moment.
Yes, and the whole kind of migration drivers, we've been through a very odd period with COVID in terms of, now everybody's desperate for everyone, but in terms of what, I mean, Christchurch has been through all sorts of ups and downs with the earthquakes and post-earthquakes and shifting and so on. Not been a normal environment in terms of kind of the dynamics of in migration and so on. But we should be getting back to a more normal mode of migration settings, I suppose, internationally. But it seems the evidence is that a lot of the Protestant demand is kind of Christchurch kick out.
Yes, Christchurch people moving out, but also we're getting, I think Mr. Jones' evidence points to that as well. There's a lot of people coming from out of Christchurch from the North Island to work here and work in the Canterbury Greater Christchurch area for remote working, and the price of housing is significantly less than a place like Auckland or Tauranga.
Yes.
So it's much more important. So I don't think we had that level of internal migration before COVID.
No, there are options available to people now that weren't easy, weren't options before. Yeah. Thank you. Very good. I think that's covered my questions, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
How are we doing? Nearly lunchtime, isn't it?
So we've got Mr. Jones, I'll just actually want to,
He's got a brief summary.
yes,
Why don't we-
one page.
Oh, let's deal with Mr. Jones. I've got about a page of questions. So.
I'll put it.
Thank you. Look, if this drags on, we'll take a break and have you back so that we don't screw up the day totally. Okay, thank you, Mr. Jones. Over to you.
Right. My full name is Christopher Francis Jones. I have 21 years experience in the real estate, specifically in the Selwyn district, and 13 years experience selling out residential suburbs in the south and southwest of Canterbury. I sold over 2,700 sections within this time. Residential housing in Moleston has become highly sought after in recent years as it has become a major hub for workers and employment. This is even more so with the rise in living costs observed in 22. The type of consumer interested in the residential market in Moleston has also broadened and includes retirees, traditional young families, and buyers in the 25 to 50 year age bracket, people who are looking to own standalone properties on a reasonable section regard. The Rolleston residential land market in 2021 was a product of unprecedented demand and unprecedented lack of supply. Demand was the highest it has ever been, and certainly I have seen in my 21 years by a long way. This generated an artificial housing market whereby demand far outstrips supply. The frantic demand for residential land in Moleston has settled slightly in 2022, and we have seen prices stabilise. This is a result of a shift in the market, but also availability of residential land, which has recently been provided by rezoning throughout the south. Despite changes in the residential land market, I am still of the view that significant rezoning is required in Moleston to provide stability and certainty for the years ahead. I do not consider there to be any risk or problems arising from the oversupply of residential zone land, given current demand trends. In fact, it's preferable that there is an oversupply of appropriately zoned land at all times, so the market can determine where and when land is developed based on market demand. I consider the proposed plan changes to be a significant opportunity for the Selwyn district to stay on top of housing supply and demand.
Thank you very much. You just heard the conversation we had about kind of supply and demand. Is there anything that you spinning out of that conversation with Mr. Sellers that you would like to say?
Yeah, I think specifically in regard to the medium density, the proposed changes in the likes of Christchurch City. It's already available. If you jump online and have a look at just one housing firm I looked at this morning, well over 100 medium and high density houses available just for that one company at what I would call affordable ranges. So there's already significant opportunity to buy medium and high density houses in the city, far more so than there would have been if we were sitting here even a year or two ago. So the opportunity is already there. I would almost argue Christchurch doesn't need any more high density or medium density because there's plenty of availability. people are living in Wollaston, moving to and living in Wollaston for all the reasons previously outlined. Availability of good modern infrastructure, ease of living, no traffic issues. From here, we're finding people working all over rural Canterbury, the Rakai, Sydney down the road. So they're choosing to live here because of the work opportunities being close. And yes, it's great having a city nearby via the motorway, but they're living here because they love living here and they can work here. So I would already argue that the medium density has already been catered for across your city.
And in terms of an employment node, that's been a significant factor. I know you talk about people obviously accessible to various sort of wide locality, but in terms of Rollistons that are becoming more self-sufficient, I mean, this is relevant in terms of transport and commuting and emissions and all those other factors, but from sort of your perspective and looking at the market of some of this sales stuff, you're seeing Rolliston becoming more self-sufficient.
Absolutely. And we're seeing a family moving here because one person works rurally and perhaps the other partner or husband and wife works in town, but then the next week they're selling their parents a place because they can live near their people, near their own family, relatively close by and affordably, whereas it's really difficult to try and figure that out in the city, trying to figure out where mum and dad might live, but the kids want a bigger house with a bigger area because they want space, and mum and dad don't need as much space. It's very difficult to find it in one suburb in Christchurch. So we're seeing multi-generations moving, after one party moves, seeing other family move here as well because of that. And I think if you look back a number of years ago, pretty much everybody in Wellington was driving into town or driving to work. That's obviously just completely different now with all the infrastructure we've got across the way, across the road. So there's so much opportunity to live and work in the same area, which is hugely appealing even before the cost of living issues we're having. That becomes even more important if you can live 1 or 2 minutes or a bike ride or a few minutes from your house. That's obviously significant savings.
Thank you. All more matters. Yes, I mean, I think in your evidence, you acknowledge that there's quite a lot of immediate supply. I mean, there's a whole transition of process here, isn't there? Obviously, we're right at the start of a process here. By the time a house is actually built and someone's living in it, it's some time, and then you've got people buying lots of plans that aren't entitled. You've got take ownership of a section, but you've actually then got to get something built and move into it. That's a whole series of process. But you said in paragraph 35, your evidence, the reasonably zoning is a trigger similar patterns to which occurred after the earthquake sequence where significant mutual land was made available. Highlights the benefit of simply having land zoned residential. But so I took from that you're seeing, if you like, a peak of the increase in supply, but that's at the where you're at is kind of at the end of the process, not the beginning.
Correct. And that's what helped, obviously, cause part of last year's price inflation was that we very quickly ran out of supply, and owners, developers were selling a year or two out still from when they were going to produce that, and then of course with no further supply of zoned land, buyers do one thing, they're worried they won't be able to get in, so they pay more.
Which is why you're saying there's a danger of prices taking off again, which is what you say in paragraph 39.
Correct.
Very good, thank you very much.
One last comment.
Yes.
Okay. Another point I'd make about rezoning land in the likes of Wollaston is there's clear evidence that people want to live in the South District. It's become a mecca. If we don't have more supply here in the future, they will sit, and we've seen this, they'll simply move somewhere else in Southland. So all you'll be doing is they'll be moving to Darfield, or they'll go down to Rakai, or they'll go generally further out to chase value. So if they don't, if there's not more land available in Wollaston, they'll simply go somewhere else in Selwyn, which obviously causes other infrastructure challenges.
I mean, value, if you say they're chasing value, but it's a lot more than that, isn't it? I mean, without wishing to be rude about Wollaston, it's a flat bit of land that we managed to create probably New Zealand's best new town. You know what I mean?
Correct.
There was a lady who used to work for me many years ago who worked with the original architects. And as she created, I can't remember the name of the firm. We're going back 30 years. Who first conceived of it.
Yes.
And of course it was a dead loss for a long time.
Oh, yes.
And so the attractiveness of Selwyn for these sort of people is more than value.
But if we have a lack of supply, it's up there.
It's proximity to the mountains, it's all that lifestyle stuff.
Yes, absolutely.
And now it's getting that kind of scale of mass and facilities that it just, yeah. snowballs. Okay. It is actually it's quite a remarkable story.
Yes,
Actually. They're planning it as a kind of planner.
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Right, we will break 12:33 one to that way. To behind.
Well, they-
No. Okay, well, it's 12:33, so we will reconvene. Can we reconvene at 1:15? Was that?
That's fine, I think it was close, that's fine.
Yeah, 1:15. Okay, we'll adjourn now. Perhaps some lunch, 1:15. For anyone who's watching, are we YouTubing it?
Yes.
We are, whoever's watching, we're reconvening at 1:15. Thank you very much.
No.
No, we can't, we're still on mute for some reason. Oh, no, we're not.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I'm sorry. I'm just gonna get you a summary out, Fraser, so just gonna be with us a minute.
you're right.
Yes, we're ready to go now. Fraser,
Okay, thank you, Mr. Colgrove. Just reconvening after that. Thank you. Actually, you could read your summary.
Sure, I will do. Thank you. The proposed plan changes seek to rezone approximately 138 hectares of land on the western outskirts of Rolleston to accommodate approximately 1,670 dwellings and a small amount of supporting commercial activity. My evidence shows that the Selwyn District Council is currently not meeting its obligations to provide at least sufficient capacity to meet the demand for new dwellings as required by the NPSUD. This is both because the council's estimates of demand for additional dwellings are inordinately low, while its estimates of likely capacity to meet that demand appear grossly overstated. When the various issues identified herein are addressed to provide more reliable estimates of dwelling supply demand, the district clearly faces significant supply shortfalls under all three terms. Accordingly, additional land needs to be identified and rezoned as soon as possible to meet NPSUD obligations and to enable the efficient operation of the local land market. Overall, it is my assessment that the proposed plan changes will provide meaningful economic benefits, including providing a substantial direct boost in land dwelling supply to meet current and projected future shortfalls, bolstering land market competition, which helps deliver new sections to the market quicker and at better average prices, contributing to achieving critical mass to support greater local retail service provision, including the community's vision for a renewed Rolleston Town Centre and improved transport facilities/services, and the one-off economic stimulus associated with developing land and constructing the dwellings that will be enabled there. Conversely, the main economic cost of the proposed plan changes is potential losses of rural production. However, given the site's relatively poor soils, this is inherently limited. In addition, future rural production is constrained by potential reverse sensitivity from nearby land plus limits on irrigation capacity. The only other possible economic cost is potential adverse effects of the two proposed commercial areas on the role and function of the Rolleston Town Centre. However, at only 450 square metres of gross floor area each, they are too small to have any such effects. Given the strong and enduring benefits of the proposed plan changes, and noting the absence of any material economic costs, I support them on economic grounds. Mr. Langman has filed evidence on behalf of Environment Canterbury and Christchurch City Council, which levels various criticisms at my evidence. For example, at paragraph 102, Mr. Langman argues that my evidence focuses too narrowly on population growth only in Selwyn, and that it should instead focus more broadly on Greater Christchurch. I disagree. The purpose of my evidence was to determine the need for, and hence merits of, providing additional residential land to meet the need for new dwellings in Rolleston, which is a sub-market of the Selwyn district housing market. While I acknowledge that there may be some overlap between the district's housing markets and sub-markets and those elsewhere in Greater Christchurch, I categorically reject Mr. Langman's insinuation that they are perfectly interchangeable, and hence that people would realistically trade off a potential new dwelling in Rolleston with one located in, say, Fendalton, Sumner, or Marshlands. Such statements represent a fundamental misunderstanding of how housing markets work and also defy the real estate evidence of Mr. Jones and Mr. Sells, which clearly identify the district as catering for a specific segment of the sub-region's overall housing market. I also note that Selwyn's population growth is exceptionally high, the highest in New Zealand by far, but that the city's growth has stagnated. Specifically, while Selwyn's population grew 4.8% during the 12 months ended 30 June 2021, the city's population grew by only 200 people, or 0.1%. Further, while Selwyn's current population far exceeds Statistics New Zealand's high population projection, the city's population is languishing between its respective low and medium scenarios.
Accordingly, housing demand is far more acute in Selwyn than in the city or the rest of the sub-region. Mr. Langman, however, does not appear to acknowledge these basic facts. At paras 103 to 105, Mr. Langman opines that the FDA's, the various private plan change requests, and the recently introduced Living MD zone will collectively provide sufficient capacity to meet demand, at least over the medium term. I disagree. In my most recent work on district dwelling supply and demand, which I have just completed and which postdated my evidence for this matter, I considered the likely impacts of the Living MD zone on the district supply and demand balance, taking account of the future urban development areas and so on. It showed that even when these new development opportunities are considered, there is still a notable gap in supply, even over the medium term. This is because the capacity uplifts enabled by the new Living MD zone require multi-storey dwellings to be constructed. However, such dwellings are more expensive to build, and there is no evidence of a demand for them in Selwyn at this time, with most recently built dwellings being single-storied instead. Para 106 of Mr. Langman's evidence adopts a range of comments previously made by Mr. Talentire on earlier plan changes in which I was involved, and which I have already debunked. For example, at Para 106A, Mr. Langman considers the 2021 capacity assessment that I critiqued is generally consistent with the requirements for preparing them, including the use of population projections as the initial basis for an assessment of housing demand. I disagree. The demand projections used in the assessment significantly understate recent trends, and its corresponding estimates of capacity are fundamentally flawed, as described in detail in both my evidence in chief and that of Mr. Akehurst. At Para 106B, Mr. Langman also considers that the prior capacity assessment was generally fit for purpose because it included a peer review process. In my view, the 2018 capacity assessment was fatally flawed because it assumed that all plan-enabled capacity was automatically feasible for development. This is an inappropriate and misleading assumption. Moreover, the supposed adequacy of the prior capacity assessment tells us nothing about the accuracy or otherwise of the most recent one. At Para 106C, Mr. Langman refers to a list of private plan changes within the future development areas and also the COVID fast track consent at Farringdon, and concludes that these will meet the medium-term capacity requirements in Table 3 of the capacity assessment. As identified in my evidence, such conclusions are incorrect, with the district instead still facing significant shortfalls in capacity. At Para 106E, Mr. Langman claims that the various factors identified in my evidence as potentially limiting market supply relative to feasible capacity will not be significant over the medium term, and hence that they can be discounted accordingly. Notwithstanding the abject lack of evidence supplied by Mr. Langman to support this seemingly sweeping generalisation, the factors that I have identified have materially reduced market supply in urban areas where I have performed similar analyses. For example, in 2006, the various territorial authorities that now comprise Auckland Council identified a significant amount of capacity available via the intensification of its existing urban areas. However, a 2018 report by Auckland Council showed that only 11% of that capacity had been taken up 12 years later, largely because of the factors that I identified as limiting supply. Further, I fail to see how a spatial planning process could, as Mr. Langman states, address material reasons why feasible capacity may not be converted into market supply. No supporting rationale has been provided in support of the statement. Para 106F of Mr. Langman's evidence argues that the triennial capacity assessment process is the most appropriate way to identify and plan for additional capacity to meet shortfalls. I agree that this process can be a useful avenue to provide for future capacity, but it's not the only way, nor necessarily the best. The issue is timing. In short, with a 3-year gap between each capacity assessment, and given the very long lead times associated with both land development and house construction, relying just on HCAs to reduce capacity shortfalls is flawed, in my view. A far more responsive approach is desirable, both from a market and regulatory, i.e. NPSUD, perspective. Finally, Para 107G of Mr. Langman's evidence states that I have not considered the impacts of the new medium density residential standards ushered in via the recent RM Amendment Act. I agree that my evidence does not explicitly consider them, because it focused on addressing the issues identified in the latest capacity assessment, which predated those reforms and hence also excluded them. Given the uncertainties in how the MDRS will be implemented, it is premature and speculatory to undertake such an exercise. However, I confirm that I do not consider the recent MDRS to have any material bearing on the district's likely supply-demand balance. District land prices, the age of the housing stock, and local housing preferences do not lend themselves to the sort of density uplifts enabled by those provisions. So caution should be applied in assuming any immediate drastic rise in housing capacity released through the new legislation. Caution is even more relevant if one would take into account the fact that many of the inhibiting factors towards converting feasible capacity into supply are likely to apply just as much to intensification as they do to greenfield development.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm just rereading your last two paragraphs of your summary. Para 31, when you say the age of the housing stock, are you saying, well, look, we've got such a young housing stock here that it's not viable to start polling or shifting housing and putting 3 units where there's currently one because of the age of the housing stock? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's right, sir. So we can split it into 2 parts. You can look at redevelopment of existing sites, and so that's where the age of the housing stock has an impact. And so in the 3 townships where the new rules apply, 2/3 of the dwellings there were built in the last 20 years, so they're pretty new. And those that are older than 20 years aren't too much older. So if you sort of take an average building life of say 50 years, most of the dwellings in these areas have got 25 to 30 years still to run. So they're simply not going to be at a state in their useful life where they're amenable to redevelopment. They're too new. It's not economic to demolish new houses and build new ones. So because the housing stock is so new, we're really unlikely to see redevelopment of existing sites. So that then just leaves new sites, including these ones developed in the greenfield areas.
In terms of your very last paragraph, take into account that many of the inhibiting factors towards converting feasible capacity into supply likely to apply just as much to intensification as to greenfield development. Probably even more so, isn't it, for intensification?
Yes, yeah, that's
in Rolleston is a reasonably cost-effective form of development. You haven't got a lot of earthworks generally, you've got easy stormwater. Compared to the rest of the country, it's pretty straightforward. So I was going to come back to your evidence in chief about this whole feasibility part, which is quite a big deal in your evidence and the criticism of the housing capacity. And I find the notes, but I kind of this also links into this profit margin debate, doesn't it? And I was like, well, what difference does that make? It's kind of a so what type of question, really, in that whole debate. And I know you've presented evidence on these critiques of the HCA before, not. Is it? Alongside that is the question: throughout all these processes, has ECAN or ever put up actually any expert evidence to rebut your criticisms?
No, sir, they haven't. Mr. Talentire and Mr. Langman have issued pretty sort of scattergun responses to my evidence for every proceeding I've been involved with, but have never furnished any evidence or data or technical experts to support their position. And the types of criticisms they seem to be levelling at me vary from one to the next, sort of depending on what looks to be flavour of the month. But no, I'm not aware of them providing any evidence or supporting people to support their position.
I haven't, probably should have, but I've relied on, well, I've only done one previous plan change hearing here on this subject, where obviously the housing capacity assessment was was an issue. And I probably correctly haven't sat down and read the housing capacity assessment 21. But does that build in what I would think would be good practice of kind of sensitivity analysis of, well, what if what you say is right? What this is, I mean, or different, not just what you're saying, your critique, but different ways of approaching the modelling thinking.
Yeah, look, absolutely, sir. Best practice is always to have a baseline set of assumptions, but to test sensitivity and to explicitly report on that so that the reader and the audience knows, you know, how sensitive is the model to this and how important are these specific assumptions. Obviously, we haven't had access to the model, so we can't do that on your behalf, sir. But, you know, these things can be very sensitive. But I think it's also important to not get too lost just in the supply side of this and also be really mindful of demand. The capacity assessment is assuming around 900 additional dwellings per year. In June alone, 210 consents were granted. So, you know, we almost did a quarter of the year's total in 1 month. And for the 12 months ended 30 June, we did almost 2,000 consents. It was 91974. So, you know, well over double the run rates that the council is sort of trying to accommodate. So I see some really big gaps on the supply side in terms of the modelling, but the elephant in the room for me is this demand is very strong. And the demand is something that we can't really, you can't, it's sort of beyond debate in my view. The numbers are what they are, they're right there in black and white. The consent data are official numbers. And so we're very, very clear that the demand projections are more than double what the HCA is dealing with. So even if you had some confidence in their supply figures, you would immediately say, well, yes, but we're dealing with demand that's twice as high as we think it's going to be. It's not, you know, there's been no slowdown in that demand or those building consents like there has been in some of the other districts. So it's to me, it's a problem that's just growing bigger and bigger by the day.
Well, just coming back to the evidence of Mr. Sellers, he had a graph that did show that sort of drop off.
There's been the prices have cooled off a bit, which I think is great. You know, prices had gone way ahead of themselves, and you know, even with that sort of correction in prices and that correction in sort of buyer interest, if you like, prices are still up 41% over the last 18 months. So we could probably do with a bit more of a correction. But the fact is that the consents, which are our signal of what's coming in 12 to 18 months, have not slowed down at all. And you know, I'm also seeing some moderation of buyer interest around New Zealand as people sort of start to understand what these interest rate changes mean and everything else like that. And that's quite a natural reaction when interest rates are sort of going up at the pace they are. But, you know, the time will come where interest rates will start to ease off again and things will look good. But even with these higher interest rates, the price differential in somewhere like Rolleston is still great enough that it's still always going to be a really attractive option versus other places in the city, for example.
Yes. And coming back to your evidence, Chief, your table 1, Selwyn's district feasible capacity and dwelling demand in the latest HBA. Is it possible to create a Rolleston specific version of that, or?
Yeah, it would be. We've got the capacity numbers. We don't. It would just be a case of saying, well, what proportion of district demand do we think is for Rolleston versus the rest of the district? So, you know, if one were minded to make an assumption around that demand share for Rolleston, then this table could be recreated for Rolleston quite readily.
And that table, as it is, sort of assumes a certain percentage of the future urban development areas in medium and about 50% medium, 50% in long term. Is that a correct understanding?
Yeah, so there's three scenarios in this table, sir. Scenario one just ignores the future urban development areas altogether. Scenario two includes them in the medium and long term, and so does scenario three, includes them in the medium and long term. And the differences between scenario 2 and 3 is that scenario 3 assumes there's going to be higher density development in the future urban development areas, but otherwise scenario 2 and 3 are essentially the same thing, but with a bit more density in scenario 3 than in scenario 2. And so I think potentially one of the important takeaways from a table like this is to note that over the long term, which is only 10 plus years, if you accept the council's numbers and if you assume that demand is going to be half of what it currently is, you've still got a gap of 12 to 13,000 over that longer term. And again, that's ignoring the demand that's on the ground today. And so when you factor in the sort of the length of the sort of plan change consenting process, the land development process, infrastructure, house construction, it's a multi-year period between where we are today and when new houses will be built on these pieces of land. So you need to take a really a long-term view, and rather than sort of waiting until the problem is more acute and then addressing it on the front foot early and getting it right now, so that in 5 to 10 years' time, when these capacity crunches come again, we've done the homework, we've got the land ready to go. So I think the difference between myself and Mr. Langman, for example, is that he seems more minded towards sort of waiting to let the process play out, whereas my view is with these very long lead times, now is the right time to address these gaps.
Yes. Your client just said this morning he's keen to go. He doesn't want to sit around and wait. This was over the debate about, well, why are you mucking around with the operative district plan when really that's not going to be there in 18 months or whatever. Yes. It's so you can get some runs on the board early and get the process underway. Yes, that's right. Thinking versus the debate about the more strategic decision-making approach.
That's right.
I've got lots of scribbles over your evidence, but I just need to relate them to my more coherent questions. Yeah, can we come back to this profit margin thing and what didn't really answer that question? I don't think really what the fact that if that's wrong, that's a fact. But what is it in a Rolleston sense? Does it make any difference in terms of, if you like, what percentage passes the feasibility test?
Yeah, look, so we don't know. I don't think it's I don't think it would have a really large impact, but I think it's one of many problems. So it's, when you take all of these issues as a whole, that's when I think you've got a significant problem. You've included areas that aren't available for development. Yes. You haven't taken account of all these other constraints. So the profit margin thing is a problem. But to me, I guess it's more of a signal that or I guess it's more of a reflection on the fact that what we're dealing with is a really complicated modelling exercise with lots of moving parts. None of us have been able to get in and have a good look at it. So it's effectively a black box. And what we're dealing with is what we can see from the descriptions that have been given to us. And even in those descriptions, we can see pretty significant problems. In my experience of having modelled all sorts of things for the last 25 years, is that could be the tip of the iceberg. And once we dig in and have a look at the calculations, there could be further errors as well.
Yes, and I think you say it's a reasonably, or miscarried, perhaps a bit more, it's a reasonably unsophisticated model compared to what you regard as best practice.
Yes.
In para 49, you list off the sort of reasons why feasible capacity may not form part of market supply, and I'm not thinking of the profit-making bit there, but the other ones you talk about there, in terms of developer intentions, tax implications, etc. Do you have kind of evidence that gives you numbers around that you would expect to see in terms of, or does it just depend on the market at the time?
Yeah, it depends. Sorry, sir. It depends a lot on the characteristics of the landowners themselves. So, for example, Mr. Carter is a well-resourced and highly motivated developer who is unlikely to fall into many of these traps. He's well-resourced. He has the bits and pieces he needs to get going. Some of the other people who have made submissions on the PDP or the ODP, in some cases are people who have lived on those sections for a very long time. They're not developers per se, but they see an opportunity to put their land to a better use. It's those kinds of people, I suppose, that are more likely to fall into those traps. But in terms of putting some numbers around it, in my summary, where have I put it? In para 26 of my summary, I noted that Auckland Council had done an exercise where they said, well, look, we think there's this much capacity available. And then 12 years later, they did a retrospective and they found that 89% of it hadn't happened. And although they don't sort of go site by site and figure out what went wrong, it's essentially these things that I'm talking about here. So, just because something has the ability to do something doesn't mean that it will happen. You have to want to do it. You have to be well-resourced to do it and all those sorts of things. So it's important to remember that when we do these capacity numbers, we're really talking about all sorts of pieces of land which are in different types of tenure. Some of these are owned by people who might be using them for stables and training and things like that, who just really have no intention or desire to develop in their future. So it's really sort of understanding those nuances, I guess.
Yeah, the Auckland study you're referring to in para 26 is about kind of intensification focus rather than rural residential to residential or greenfield.
Yeah, that's right. So there'll be a fair
bit of resistance. I mean, intensification runs on the border, quite hard to get.
That's right. Even for some of the greenfield developments I've been working on for the last 20 years, some people are steadfast on getting a rezoning because that's what they're sort of focused on. And once they've sort of locked that in, they go into a bit of sort of a wait and see period. So, I think that on balance, it's potentially a slightly different set of factors that go to greenfield intensification, but they both talk to delays that are possible.
Yes. Going through just coming to the kind of servicing side of things, which we were talking about a bit this morning in terms of where Rolleston's kind of got to in terms of meeting its needs. You show market view data for 2019 regarding spending. What would you say has particularly changed since then? I mean, Rolleston is changing so quickly that 2019 is quite a long time ago in terms of kind of facilities and commercial.
Yes, no, you're right, sir. I did contemplate updating that table, but it's a very expensive data set. But we can look at the trend, and the trend is definitely towards greater self-sufficiency for the district and for Rolleston in particular. And so I think, as the new town centre starts to flourish and Tennyson Street starts to become the sort of commercial heart. I know Mr. Card has other aspirations for the station. I've been involved with the pack and save consent nearby. So that there's definitely stuff happening which is going to take us towards greater self-sufficiency. But what's also going to help is having enough critical mass on the ground. So yeah, it's one thing to bolster supply, but that supply increase will happen more quickly or with more certainty if we know that demand is going to be there. So I think the picture is we're getting better, but having this critical mass makes it easier for people to make the decision to move to Rolleston or to establish a store here.
Yes, which leads on to the whole additional spending economic impact, which arises if we have, if we have a net increase in housing. In other words, if the people living in PCA 182 didn't end up living on another PC, another plan change site. In other words, if you actually have got a net growth rather than just a transfer.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you're saying, but I mean, the very small centres that are mooted for the site would be very much your sort of bread, eggs, milk, rice kind of, daily staples. But the demand that they generate on site would very much go to the Rolleston Town Centre in the first instance. You wouldn't expect much to be occurring on those small sites themselves.
You didn't hear my question, but you anticipated a different one. Yes, but I was interested in your expression of referring on the KAC type of thing to Rolleston being more helpful. Problem is the microphone's that way and you're that way in terms of you hearing me. Current status of a lower order KAC. I thought I wasn't expecting to see Rolleston classified as a lower order KAC, but then I'm not as familiar with the Canterbury Greater Christchurch KACs as you would be.
Sure, no, absolutely, sir. I've been very heavily involved with Ravenswood over the last 2 years, which is the sort of the third KAC in the Waimakariri district. So I've been looking very closely at these. And I mean, even if you were to compare Rolleston to Rangiora, for example, both those districts flank the city. They both have a very similar look and feel, but Rangiora is much further ahead than Rolleston is currently in terms of how it performs and the roles and functions it has. So even if you were to compare it to Rangiora, you would say that Rolleston is sort of yet to find its feet. Amongst the district KACs, it's clearly ahead of the rest. But if you were to compare it to Rangiora or any of the ones in the city, it's definitely an emerging, flourishing centre as opposed to one that I'd say had reached maturity.
Yeah. And coming back to that other question, you don't expect to see any supermarkets in these little centres. They're going to be more much more.
Absolutely, sir. I mean, there's not enough floor space for it to occur, and it would be commercial suicide for someone to try and open something there that would compete, for example, with the 2 supermarkets we have and the third one that's slated.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have for you, Mr. Culbraith. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Yeah, technology is working. The state is been
Yes, well done. Hi, Greg. We're just handing out the summaries, so give us a couple of minutes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Akers. I've seen your name around the chat for many years, and we may have met each other donkeys years ago, but probably not since then.
Okay. Yes, I've been doing this for far too long.
Likewise. Okay, if you could read your summary, that would be excellent. Thank you.
Sure. So I'll just start at the beginning. My full name is Gregory Michael Akehurst. I'm a founding director at Market Economics and have more than 25 years experience in assessing the economic effects of growth and change in the New Zealand economy. So turning to Selwyn, recent growth in Selwyn has exceeded the high growth future relied upon by the District Council by more than 45% over the past 4 years. Underplaying a higher than modelled growth future means that Selwyn District runs the risk of not providing sufficient capacity to cater for growth in the short to medium term, driving up prices and damaging the district's growth future. This is particularly the case in Rolleston, where there is a shortfall in supply over the medium term. The location of additional future capacity in Selwyn is important and should align with recent demand trends. Following the Christchurch earthquake, significant growth that might otherwise have gravitated towards location within Christchurch City was redirected to Selwyn district towns in close proximity to Christchurch, notably Rolleston, Lincoln and Prebbleton. So accurate assessment of demand and supply is vital to avoid the risk of house price growth and growth suppression. I have identified a number of issues with the capacity information used in the Selwyn capacity for growth model, and they are as follows. So there's been some inclusion of non-urban capacity, inclusion in terms of the volume of capacity of setbacks, inclusion of some reserves, inclusions of some parcels that have particular access issues that should remove them from capacity, inclusion of sites that have already been developed, and inclusion of some non-residential parcels. And finally, the development density assumptions contained in the operative district plan do not match the modelled density capacity. The net effect of these issues is a reduction in the sufficiency of capacity to meet demand in the short to medium term. I haven't been able to assess every parcel in the model, but if the issues in terms of capacity assessments, capacity estimates across parcels where no capacity exists are manifest across the entire model, then it is likely to be overstating Selwyn's ability to cater for growth to a significant degree. Given this uncertainty, Selwyn District should be engaging with additional capacity opportunities. Slight changes in estimates of capacity or in demand projections will lead to Selwyn not being able to ensure sufficient supply in the medium term. This is significant as the medium term effectively begins in 3 years, and the process of pipelining additional future capacity needs to begin now. There is also a danger that the growth projections relied upon by Selwyn District understate likely future growth and capacity in Rolleston, adding to the impacts. So just turning briefly to the evidence of Marcus Langman. I've reviewed the sections of Mr. Langman's evidence as it relates to my areas of expertise, and that's basically paragraphs 99 to 109, and have made the following comments. So Mr. Langman believes that because capacity is able to be provided by way of, say, the MDRS provisions, that will facilitate additional medium and higher density living within Christchurch City, that additional capacity to cater for the growth demands felt at Selwyn and Rolleston in particular is not necessary. He believes that because of the living MD variations and MDRS provisions that are in play, that development capacity provided through the STP is sufficient. I do not believe that is a relevant consideration. While the MDRS in theory will add capacity within the Christchurch urban area, they will have less bearing on how the market views Rolleston and other outlying urban entities. The market realities of these locations is they appeal to a very different portion of the market than the terraced house or apartment style developments that will be facilitated under the MDRS. It is the growth of people looking for the more standalone house and land package within commuting distance in order to raise a family that is driving the Rolleston housing market. This is also evidenced, and you've heard from Mr. Jones this morning. The issues I've identified in my evidence in chief around the way the capacity modelling has been carried out are still valid whether the MDRS provisions are in play or not. It is not clear whether those high density provisions are able to be implemented within Rolleston, meaning that the additional capacity Mr. Langman identifies may not actually manifest for some years to come. The shortfall that we've identified occurs within the medium term, that is within 3 to 10 years. Shortages of capacity within that time will distort the market, driving up prices and minimising the growth benefits of additional housing around a key activity centre. While I agree that the new provisions such as MDRS and the intensifications under the MPSUD will have an effect in the longer term, it will take councils a significant amount of time to prepare for them, and the market may take even longer to accept them. In the medium term, providing for Plan Change 81 and Plan Change 82 is an entirely appropriate and necessary way to help ensure growth is catered for in Selwyn's urban areas. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Just on your summary, in paragraph 9, I was rereading Mr. Langman's evidence last night, and a lot of his sort of approach is that is relevant to this is that, oh no, if you provide that capacity out there for that market, you'll undermine us achieving, he uses the word undermine quite a lot, you'll undermine us achieving other aims within Greater Christchurch or outcomes within Greater Christchurch. And that's clearly you don't see those markets as kind of transferable.
Yeah, that is correct. I see those as quite different markets. There will be a degree of overlap. Some people may have to make a choice between living in a more intensive location within the CBD or around the CBD, as we've heard earlier on this morning, in those heat map zones, versus on the edge of Rolleston, but that would be a very small number, I would think. And I think you've heard this morning from the real estate experts talking about the price differential and the value that is offered in the developments around Rolleston, but it's also about life stage choices and lifestyle choices. The ability to raise a family within on a house and land package within commuting distance is very important for some people, and it is a segment of the market that will not be catered for with the MDRS provisions and in the intensification provisions, which are important but separate from this issue.
Yeah, we all have a kind of life cycle process, don't we? When you look at your own children and them growing up and, they start off in flats and then they're encouraged by their parents to get a run on the property ladder somehow, whatever shared arrangement or whatever arrangement, and that's not suitable for a family. So when they have a family, they need more space. And you don't want to be too close to your grandchildren in terms of proximity because that's taxing. But I sort of, and then eventually you get, like us old buggers, and the demand for space goes down a bit because you don't want too much accommodation for the grandchildren. Sorry, reflecting on my family story. In para 14, right at the end of your summary, on the last page, you said it'll take council a significant amount of time to prepare for them, and then we're talking about MDRS and NPSUD effect in the longer term. Can you just sort of make sure I understand what you mean there?
Okay, so that's really about ensuring that the infrastructure has the capacity to cater for a significant level of intensification in and around these areas, because often that is a key constraint. And look, I'm not privy to all of the issues within Christchurch, but I know in the Auckland context that there are significant constraints on intensification simply due to infrastructure issues.
Yes, and that's definitely the same in Wellington as well, in terms of wastewater and stormwater and so on.
Agree.
In Auckland, stormwater probably less so here. It's just a soak pit. And we know about fines and wastewater, so probably not as quite as constraining in Selwyn anyway as in other areas. Okay.
No, I think my context in here was really about the provision of MDRS within Christchurch City. Yes. I think the issues relating to those sorts of higher density housing in Selwyn are really more market driven. I really don't think that for some time there will be a market for that kind of action.
Yes. Okay, just a couple of matters that we haven't already covered. Now, what I'm understanding, and we are going to be getting a little bit more clarity on this in terms of paragraph 41 and the future urban development areas. While they're not all plan enabled, they're pretty much all in the process of being plan enabled in one way or another, apart from there was some debate about what was left over with potentially 176 hectares in the evidence this morning that is going to be looked at a bit further in terms of variation 1. But it seemed to me that between the plan changes, various other mechanisms, and variation 1 that's only just been notified, there is a bit of both a rounding up and a catching up in terms of enabling development of those areas. So that's quite important to the tests for PC 81 and 82. So it's something I'm very keen to get absolutely clear and understand its effect on numbers that people are throwing at me in the evidence. So
So just if I could maybe comment a little bit on some of those issues. So the numbers that are in Mr. Langman's evidence in 106D, I think it is, where he says that the combination of those private plan changes enabling nearly 1,200 dwellings,
Yes.
and then the fast track COVID relief adding a further 900. So that's 2,170 new dwellings, if my maths is correct.
Yes.
So to my mind, that's adding about 1.6 years of capacity onto Selwyn's growth. If we're assuming in recent years that the area has added about 1,323 on average dwellings. I know Mr. Colgrave earlier on said that over the last year, around 2,000 dwellings were added. But if you take it at 1,323 and divide 2,170 by that number, you're adding an extra 1.6 years on. So by my reckoning, all of the capacity in the urban areas, the true urban areas within Selwyn, including that additional 2,100 dwellings enabled, is only going to provide about 4.4 years of growth. So to my mind, we are still quite shy of the medium-term demand, which capacity to cater for medium-term demand, which should be for the next 10 years.
5 years. Medium term. Yeah.
So yes, it's important that this stuff comes on all the FUDA areas, but there is still a need for 81 and 82. Where Selwyn are just not being able to meet the demand pressures that are placed on them. And I know, I think it was the property guys this morning were saying that there will be a bit of a dip in demand, and they have put up some charts, I believe, that showed a bit of a dip. But the long-term growth within Selwyn is still between 2.5 and 3 times that of Christchurch City out to 2048. So there is strong growth in Selwyn that needs to be catered for. And that, that will ebb and flow as the interest rates go up and down, basically. But the demand is strong and ongoing for, well, at least 25 years, according to the Stats NZ's 2018 projection. So, there's a real need for 81 and 82 in my mind.
Yep. Okay. Well, we talked a little bit about the dominance of the market out here, but you also talk about in your evidence sort of right near the end about the ability to provide a variety of homes.
Yes.
Now, of course, you can have the same section size and lots of different types of homes on it. People choose in New Zealand largely what homes they're going to put on it. But I'm trying to, I suppose, understand an accurate picture between this market that's been put in front of me versus actually will this development process actually generate a variety of homes, or will actually pretty much the same in terms of what ends up being the urban form created?
Yeah, I think this is where I differ a little bit from Mr. Langman, in that he thinks that we haven't considered what's going on within Christchurch. My answer to that is that, yes, we have considered what's going on in Christchurch. And if you look at the greater Christchurch urban area in the round, there are a variety of dwelling typologies on offer, and as it should be. On the fringes, on the outside edges of places, little urban areas such as Rolleston, that is the ideal place for the house and land package typology to cater for the types of people that need that to raise children, to experience that kind of a lifestyle. You need the more intensive terraced housing, apartment housing in and around your key activity centres within that are well established, and your transport nodes and your CBD, because that appeals to a different part of the market. So you can't provide that kind of opportunity everywhere, and you can't provide the single house and land package everywhere. So in the round, the market offers that variety. You don't have to achieve that variety in one development on the edge of Rolleston, because that doesn't make any sense. But the market achieves it by facilitating what you're trying to do on the edge of Rolleston.
Yep, understand what you're saying. Okay, I think we've covered the ground of things I wanted to ask you. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for your time.
You're more than welcome. Thank you.
Right, Sivaji in panel one. We've got one person this question. Three, most people have to ask.
Oh, sorry. I thought we might do Mr. Blackmore and follow up the ones modelling and the other ones that one
rather than parallel.
Do them together so they can both read summaries and then they can decide to what comes to
Yes.
more appropriate to answer the question.
That is fine. Absolutely. That crossed my mind.
So basically we'll send out both summaries and then I'll get both of them to read the summaries and then we can get it.
Thank you. Right, we're off the Zoom and back up to real people. I do have to say, it is, and I will consider it a very efficient way. I've done a lot of hearings now with the kind of combo of some people here, got a core group here, a lot of your experts coming in on Zoom and running it on YouTube at the same time. The combo is very efficient.
Thank you.
Okay. What are we doing?
We've got modelling first and then
Yes. Yes, thanks, Chris. Would you just read your short summary?
Thank you. So my full name is Christopher John Blackmore. I hold the position of Senior Transportation Planner. I've undertaken the modelling of the future transport environment using the Lawson microsimulation model. The model was updated in 2019 by myself and the EV team, and the subsequently being used to support transportation planning across the country. Following Mr. Cole's review of the model presented in the transport reports, I have revisited several assumptions to update the model for the build's consideration. As noted by Mr. Fuller, the amount of activity in the model is in excess of what Takahata was in the 38 project model. The plan change model represents a full development scenario that includes all currently zoned residential, commercial, and industrial lands, as well as developments of the private plan change lodged and assessed at this time. As such, the 2033 future year is a nominal year, which corresponds to the full development of all the plan changes that have been lodged and assessed. And based on the Statistics New Zealand growth forecast, is realistically a high growth 35-year forecast model. I will note that that is based, as I said, on the Statistics New Zealand forecasts, which is a different assessment to that talked about by the state in terms of yields and timings. So updated modelling results demonstrate that in the morning peak hour, State Highway 1 Duns Crossing Road, Walkers Road roundabout operates acceptably overall at level of service D for the intersection. The Southern Duns Crossing approach operates at level of service F, indicating the approach is near to or in excess of capacity. The 94 seconds of total delay on that approach accounts for all delay experienced by the average vehicle, including stop line delay, any delay experienced traversing the roundabout, and any reduction in free flow speed travelling north from Burnham School Road. So it's inclusive of all delays experienced. Accessing the roundabout, moving around the roundabout, and then joining onto the state highway or to Walkers Road. Mr. Fuller has also asked me to undertake a modelling sensitivity test to explore the impact of altering the infrastructure constructed at State Highway 1 Rolleston Drive South intersection as part of the Waka Kotahi State Highway 1 Rolleston Transport Improvements Program from the proposed left in left out configuration to an appropriately sized roundabout. It is my view that overall the operation of State Highway 1 connections to Rolleston operate much more efficiently with the inclusion of the State Highway 1 Rolleston Drive South roundabout. A second test was also requested by Mr. Fuller, comprising of converting State Highway 1 Duns Crossing Road, Walkers Road roundabout to an appropriately sized traffic signal control crossroads, while maintaining the State Highway 1 Rolleston Drive South intersection as a left in, left out only priority controlled intersection. My modelling of this intersection configuration demonstrates a significant increase in capacity of the State Highway 1 Duns Crossing Road, Walkers Road intersection compared to the currently proposed roundabout configuration. Vehicle delay on Duns Crossing Road Southern approach reduces in peak hour from 97 seconds to 48 seconds, while intersection delay remains similar overall. In my opinion, the intersection layout demonstrates sufficient reserve capacity to be operated in a way which maintains low delays along the state highway corridor while providing a higher level of flexibility than a roundabout configuration. I consider that the modelling has been undertaken in line with best practice and appropriately demonstrates the cumulative effects of the plan changes on the Rolleston transport network.
Thank you very much. Well, I've got a couple of questions in that area that I think probably on your resonance before we move to Mr. Fuller.
Yes, sir.
What I understand you to be saying is that what you've modelled is a super growth, max growth option. Because in your arrow 13, I was trying to sort of, I put a big arrow between 12 and 13 of your evidence to make sure I understood it right, is that rather than looking at any particular stats projection, you looked at what is that maximum incentive package enabled development, and said that's all there by 2033. What does that generate on the network? And oh, by the way, comparing that to what stats is you're saying it's 11% growth per annum, which is well well in excess of even the highest population projection, which I think is round about, which you say somewhere in that paragraph, I'm sure.
It
About
is
3.9.
yeah, 3.9 to 5.1% compounding per annum.
So it's over double.
Yes, so the intention behind the full development scenario model was to take account of all of the cumulative effects,
yes,
which were concerns being raised through all of the various plan change procedures that we've been through. So yes, nominally we started with the 2033 Rolleston Township model. That's come down from the Greater Christchurch family of models, so the Christchurch Regional Transport Model CTM, as well as the mesoscopic Greater Christchurch CAST model, which is providing at a higher level sector transport demands and travel demands between different mesh block sized zones. So as is appropriate for a regional view of things. In building this model, we start with that higher level view and then develop travel patterns within the township based on commercial and residential generation and attraction, guided by census journey to education, journey to work data, as well as local validated count data, so intersection turning movements and link volume flows in and around peak hours. So it takes that regional view and brings it down to a much more detailed Rolleston focus. From that starting point, which was the validated base model that was developed for council, moving into the future years, that again uses CTM and CAST models as a parent. So it picks up changes in sufficiency between Rolleston and Christchurch. It picks up increased demands in and out of the I-zone area and the township and the interrelationship between them. And then we can also take those traffic patterns and use them to model and scenario test the impact on infrastructure of adding growth in different locations.
Yeah.
So that's what we've taken as those parent demands, those regional relationships, and broken them down into what that means individually for the plan change lots on the western side.
And in terms of the intersections, it's clear, isn't it, that the Waka Kotahi is saying, no, we'll put a roundabout in at State Highway 1 Duns Road crossing. But you've looked at traffic lights as an alternative and said, actually, it's pretty good.
Yes, certainly. And again, that's using that full development scenarios as a basis for that comparison, where the Waka Kotahi project model doesn't necessarily contain full development of the plan changes.
Yes.
Potentially the date it was designed, it doesn't presume to include development that isn't advised or lodged at that stage. So there is definitely going to be a difference in the model that we built and tested compared to what they have for their State Highway 1 comparison.
And then the State Highway 1 Rolleston Drive South is just another further sort of fine tuning. That's the next basically it's a left off at the moment, isn't it? Or
yes, so
they're left out at the moment.
Yeah, that's proposed to be a left in, left out. There is a right out at the moment, which is rather unsafe and doesn't perform well in terms of a level of service. So is really only used as an overflow or a rat run route when the main accesses to the state highway are congested. So the issue can be if you undersize that intersection, if you use for your planning a demand which is too low on that western side, you don't take full account of where people are trying to access the highway system. And there is possibility for a rat run route using that left in, left out configuration where people will turn left onto the state highway and then use the Duns Crossing Road roundabout to then do a U-turn to head east into Christchurch.
Yeah.
And depending on the volumes that you're testing your model with, that may have a detrimental effect because it's circulating people who are then taking priority over people using Duns Crossing. You may run the risk of under-speccing your system when there may be a much more efficient option, and including that U-turn movement.
Yes.
As I said, it takes priority over Duns Crossing.
Yes.
So there's potential that you will increase delays on that approach because of people undertaking a U-turn from Rolleston Drive.
I did go and sit last night at about past 6 o'clock at the Duns Road State Highway 1 intersection, and there was various traffic trying to get across from the other side towards me, and not a very happy movement at peak hour.
No, certainly not.
And tell me, in your experience, this is getting off track a little bit, but it's sort of relevant to trip distribution. Google Maps a heck of a problem for you guys?
Right. If I may, I mean, I found Google Maps as a general tool can be good, but then it falls down where if somebody isn't undertaking a movement frequently, it will just assume it's got capacity. For example, somewhere in Christchurch, I was trying to undertake a right turn across 4 lanes of traffic and it said, this is fine. In reality, nobody does it. It's not fine. But because nobody does it, Google Maps doesn't know it's a bad movement.
So it's got no safety conscience, has it? It's got, because
no.
And I'm not thinking of Christchurch so much as I don't know, I was coming back from one part of Parks North or something, and coming back from somewhere in the Northeast Industrial Zone, and it took me straight across about 4 main routes, straight across movements I would not have chosen to do, but because I was just following that route, which is it's a bite of mine. We might spend more time on that. Thank you very much. Let's understand that. That's very good. Okay, Mr. Fuller. Right. Yes, table 1 and table 2. Oh, no, table 1.
I summarised it into one table.
Table 1 and table 2 put into one. Yes, that's right. They overlap quite a lot. Yep. Okay, over to you.
My name is Nicholas Peter Fuller. I'm a senior transport engineer at Novo Group Limited. I've worked on resource management and transport planning engineering projects for over 20 years. The proposed plan change sites will provide for 1,670 dwellings plus 2 commercial centres to the west of Duns Crossing Road, Rolleston. Access will be taken predominantly from Duns Crossing Road, although access is also proposed to Selwyn Road, Brookside Road and Edwards Road. Internal linkages are also proposed to plan change 73 land, which sits between these sites. I note that the transport matters raised in Council's Section 42A transport report and the Waka-Kotahi submission have been addressed through revisions to the outlined development plans for these plan change sites. As such, I understand there are no points of disagreement between myself and these parties regarding the transport effects of the proposed plan changes. Table 1 summarises the transport upgrades required relative to the timing of development in the plan change areas. The road network operation is considered to be acceptable in the context of these upgrades being completed. Pass over that table, which is essentially a combination
It's the same.
of 1 and 2.
It's 1 and 2 combined.
Specific consideration for the traffic operation of the State Highway 1 Duns Crossing Road, Walkers Road intersection has been undertaken. This intersection is proposed to be upgraded to a roundabout by Waka-Kotahi, which will be complete in 2024. This roundabout is predicted to become congested with the inclusion of traffic from these plan changes and other notified Rolleston plan changes on the road network. However, this is anticipated to be beyond 15 years away, and the level of congestion predicted is consistent with other urban locations. The proposed roundabout also provides a safer facility, particularly compared to the existing crossroads. As such, I consider the traffic effects at this location and on the road network in general to be acceptable. I note the following in response to traffic concerns raised in submissions. Development is proposed to be deferred rather than deferred, until key elements of transport infrastructure are provided. The surrounding road network is anticipated to have a lower, more urban speed limit as development occurs on Duns Crossing Road corridor. Passenger transport can be accommodated by the planned change sites in a logical manner, should ECAN choose to do so. Walking and cycling linkages are proposed, as well as local commercial centres to provide for the day-to-day shopping needs of residents. And safety effects have been considered at the West Rolleston Primary School. I note that these planned change sites represent a low proportion of traffic passing the school, and the planned road upgrades to the Burnham School Road, Duns Crossing Road intersection and the road frontages will provide a safe environment. I've reviewed the evidence of Ms White and note the concerns raised in the Waka Kotahi submission have been satisfactorily addressed, and there appear to be no outstanding matters of disagreement. In response to Mr Langman's evidence for Christchurch City Council and ECAN, at paragraph 134, he notes that the effects of additional dwellings in the planned change sites associated with intensification under the Living MP provisions has not been accounted for in the traffic model. In the event that intensification occurs, and I note the evidence of Mr Sellers at paragraph 78 to 82, which includes the RM Enabling Act, will have limited impact on Selwyn District's urban areas. The plan changes require an assessment of traffic effects above the number of dwellings that have been applied for. Mr Phillips addresses this further in his evidence. Mr Langman also raises concerns that the wider transport effects of the plan changes have not been assessed. I consider that the destinations of traffic on the road network beyond the extent of the traffic model used will be a diverse range of locations rather than being focused in a specific location. I note that the Commuter Waka website indicates that the residents of Rolleston North West have approximately 30 ward level destinations within Christchurch. This effectively disperses the traffic across a range of routes such that specific increase on any significance could not be readily identified. This is consistent with the decision on Plan Change 73, which is in the immediate vicinity of these application sites. Given the above, I consider the traffic effects on the transport network to be acceptable. I'm happy to answer any questions concerning my questions.
Thank you. Just on your summary, in that paragraph 10, I just want to make sure I understand where you stand. Note the Commuter Waka website indicates the residents of Rolleston North West, so that's sector of Rolleston, have approximately 30 ward level destinations within Christchurch. Just explain to me what that means.
So the Commuter Waka website takes information from the census data as to where people are living and working.
Journey to work, yeah.
Yeah. So in this instance, the Rolleston North West is sort of just over the road from, it is sort of the Newman Road location, Granite Drive, that sort of area. And what it's saying is that when of those people who are going to Christchurch work in approximately 30 different wards. So wards are sort of some of the smaller census block areas, but still sort of can be reasonably large areas in themselves. So essentially people who are working from Rolleston are then, if of those going to Christchurch, are sort of spread across 30 different employment areas, which can be various locations within the CBD, it could be Hornby, Islington, be around by the airport. There's a whole range of destinations.
So what you're saying from that is that their destinations are spread across urban Christchurch.
That's right.
Quite widely spread.
Yeah. And it's hard to...
And do we know the sort of quantum of movements? So I know there's some evidence about journey to work stuff in some of the evidence, but what are we seeing in terms of the trend towards that? Any reduction in commuting to Christchurch is, I suppose, a big question.
I suppose I don't have anything specifically from looking at, I haven't really looked at historic census data to understand whether people in Rolleston are changing their travel patterns. Yeah. I suppose what I would expect is that they, in the long term, would likely change their travel patterns to live and work closer in the same locations as the industrial land to the north gets developed.
When was our last census? Was that was 2018? 18, I was going to say 18, I thought it couldn't be that far away. So we've got another one coming up very soon.
Yeah.
Which will be pretty interesting, won't it, from a journey to work point of view.
It will, yeah. The improvements. Now, the fact that the 3 plan changes there now with the one developer owner helps in terms of putting things like that in place in the where it's developer paid for constructed, but there's one there that requires a shared approach, Gold Road, Duns Crossing Road, Selwyn Road upgrade with the developer of PC70. But basically these, they don't all need to be in place, but the big tasks all need to be in place really before 224 certificate issued. Waka Kotahi are going to implement their roundabout Duns Road in 2024. But as you say, it's not deferred, it's deferred. But what sort of scale of deferral would you as a on the transport area say the implications of this are? Or does it just depend how quickly the parties get their proverbial together and get on with it? I think it pretty much does depend on how quickly they get on with it. I think the one that we've got good confidence in is the Waka Kotahi project. Yeah. That is, it's planned to be completed in 2024, but also that's an enabling project for the other works that they want to do at the state highway. So they've seen that as they need to undertake that before they're able to do things like the overbridge. So that one is at the front end of all of the work they're intending to do. The others, in my mind, it's just a matter for the developer to agree a way of progressing those projects with council. Some of them are proposed in the long-term plan, but I suppose that's the purpose behind the developer agreement, is that they could somehow reach a funding agreement and bring those forward.
Is that a sitting down and negotiation over how the council might reprioritise its development contributions or other funding towards that versus a share that the developer might put on top of that? Because all these sections are all going to pay development contributions, of course.
Yeah.
But this has got to go in before they get to that point.
Yeah, so I
cash flow.
I suppose I do see it as some sort of negotiation around that with the council as to whether there is a mechanism where council can fund those projects sooner, and maybe development contributions are then brought out of it in terms of them funding other projects.
The last thing they want is to be waiting for some money coming through in 2032, 33, isn't it?
Yeah. So I very much saw that as a negotiation around timing between the developer and the council.
That's how I saw it too. But I'd be interested in the sort of council practice in that sort of area as to how they would deal with that, what their sort of policy approach would be in this situation to that sort of, I'm not asking them to negotiate it, but just what have they done in other cases perhaps is.
Whilst it's not been has been appealed, it's a similar process to what was agreed for the Lincoln South, was a similar sort of table of works and developer agreements, and that's what sort of led to this proposal. So it's something that has been discussed and agreed to some degree for other plan changes.
And part of that, of course, is that these words don't necessarily all sit at the door of these three plan changes, assuming 3 plan changes arise out of it. There is benefits to the wider town, etc.
Yeah.
That builds into that sort of process, isn't there?
There are.
It's just that the developer can't go ahead unless he nails that deal.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm just talking out loud to make sure I've got the right vibe.
Just in talking out loud, Mr. Fuller mentioned Lincoln South. PC 69, which I referred you to before, which council and the applicant are on the same side because it was approved, and the appeal does not relate to these issues, it relates only to versatile soils and size of Lincoln. So these issues are in agreement with council, and
but you wouldn't have got to the point in terms of the plan change of getting onto sort of talking development agreements, what it is.
We had very early discussions with council before appeal was lodged, and there was a path forward for the speedy roundabout proposed, and then we'll wait for the appeal to be resolved, and then that will be put in place.
so those issues were resolved.
Yes, so
between the applicant and the
that's a
council.
reasonable precedent of what I was sort of pointing to over here in terms of what's been put in place.
If I can briefly just too, so that issue of timing was specifically threshed out in a hearing on PC 69. And there were questions from the commissioner and council around uncertainty and confidence as to who pays and the timeframes, the funding mechanism around who pays, how they pay and when they pay. And so that table that's appeared in PC 81 and 82 reflects examples discussed in PC 69 addressing specific questions.
So what you're saying is it was more refined in terms of who's paying for what than this table is?
No, it's the same criteria, the same, but that question specifically came up in PC 69 and got threshed out specifically around those mechanisms, who pays and how they
Okay. I mean, this is a reasonably happy space that there's largely agreement between council and yourselves in terms of what's required. Just a double check on urban rural gateway. I'm understanding that as going from a rural to urban roading environment with some narrowing entrance ways, signalling a change of road speed and environment, and that sort of thing. Don't you see out there already?
That's what I'm anticipating. Is there'll be some speed marker boards either side of the road. Sometimes the carriageway physically narrows, sometimes it's just done with paint markings, so it sort of feels like it's got tighter as you're entering. There's often a bit of landscaping that goes with it, and sometimes there's sort of a township sign as well. But those are essentially what I was anticipating in terms of gateway threshold treatments.
If I can just Stu as well, Liz White and I were discussing that this morning around the scope to make ODP a bit clearer as to exactly what was envisaged. So PC 81 ODP text provides a little bit of a brief description about the gateway treatments, and the PC 82 ODP is silent on that. So I think we agree there's some room for some more clarity as to what is envisaged along the lines of what was before was just described. So I think that can I'll pick up that off in my summary tomorrow.
Okay, good. And just on the similar tone, and on the table one, it's clear to me, well, doesn't actually, but it's clear that Duns Crossing Burnham Road is a traffic signal solution. Upgrade can mean anything.
Yeah.
It could be a paint on the line or whatever. I'd be more comfortable if there was more clarity as to exactly what the level of upgrade in whatever technical term needs to be expressed in the upgrade required. Particularly in the intersection side of it, it's like not so much, well, frontage. Frontage comes down to road cross section type issue, doesn't it? In terms of cycle and stuff, and that's all covered in the ODP.
Yes.
Isn't it? Sufficient specification.
I'll check exactly what the
So
ODP
maybe the
does.
road frontage isn't quite so. Yeah.
It's more that Duns Crossing Road, Lowe's Road, where I know it needs to be a roundabout.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's it. Para 39, what did I have about that? Well, this comes back to the modelling actually. Potential for travelling modelling may have overstated in 38, and then you point to 3 areas where the modelling may have overstated traffic generation. And then in 39, say, well, I can't quantify the effect of the above. Can't the model, can you plug in that sort of sensitivity into the model and have a play with it?
You can plug in certain things like alterations to the trip rate can be provided within the model and get a better understanding of what happens. I guess some alterations in terms of assumptions made around how many people will travel from, say, the west of Rolleston and go over to the north to I-Zone. These things could be done. I suppose it's all sort of, I didn't want to quite use the word guesswork, but it's not perhaps an exact science at that point. I think modelling itself is a bit of an art anyway. Yeah, but I suppose what I'm getting to is the operation of the road network is acceptable, but I think there's reasons that it may well operate better than has been predicted. So I think there's a level of comfort there that it could actually be better than what we've been assessing. But we've been assessing something, a robust assessment, and I'm still happy that the effects of that are okay.
Reminds me of something someone that witness said in the hearing, which I wasn't the commissioner in. I think I was a planning witness sitting listening, and it was a water modelling matter, and it was being questioned by commissioners on it, and he said, all models are wrong, but some are helpful, which is probably quite accurate, isn't it? Yeah. All right, one other question, 65, integrated walking and cycling. Now, I'm obviously not resident in Christchurch, I'm resident in Wellington, but my goodness, the e-bikes are taking off in a big way, and they go pretty fast, some of them. How are we finding that down here, and how do you see that in terms of multimodal opportunities, emissions, whatever?
I mean, I think from a multimodal opportunity, they're very good. It provides you the ability to get from A to B without needing to break a sweat. And they certainly, I think, they will take off in terms of that. It's not quite micro-mobility, but it is certainly assisting people in not needing a car. I see them as being very beneficial and extending the range of where people are able to get to as well. So I think that's all very useful. I mean, beneficial, I suppose, is my view.
And given the size of the footprint of Rolleston, which you're seeking to expand, but given the footprint of Rolleston, it's all pretty accessible by e-bike sort of energy and range.
I think so, yeah. I don't actually know what the range of an e-bike is, but I would have thought you'd easily be able to get from the west of Rolleston to the town centre would be well within the range I would have anticipated, and certainly over to the employment areas to the north as well. I don't see why they wouldn't be within an easy e-bike range. Yeah.
Good. Thank you. I think that's all for me on that. That's coming to the end of my questions for the day, so I won't stop now.
Hey, Siri. We'll help you. Well, we've got ecology next, and I think I heard you say before you thought that was, I can't remember the phrase, but it was in the relatively easy category.
I think it was.
So,
ecology is next. How are we doing just on?
We're doing very well.
10 to 3.
Yeah, we are doing quite well because we have this snafu in the
Yeah, no, we're doing very well. Okay, well let's do ecology, which really probably will be quite brief.
and then if I could just perhaps indicate that we have Mr. Mathamo here on versatile soils, we might research as well.
That would work.
Yeah, so he's here because Mr. Van Kinken and Mr. Isley are both on Zoom. So if we will do ecology, we do versatile soils, and then just see where we are.
Yeah,
Order.
okay. Okay.
Mr. Bean, Peacom, compost in Adelaide, and he would be averse to going tomorrow morning if we run out of time today.
Well, we probably want to take our two other witnesses together.
Was John here tomorrow? Yeah, so John is here yesterday today.
Oh, let's.
Okay, we'll do ecology and Ms. Tolson's first, and then we'll see where we're up to it.
And we'll still break for a few
Yes.
minutes or three.
Yes.
Mr. Taylor, good afternoon. I think it's got fun today, right? It's nice and brief.
It is.
Get me with it.
Brief as evidence I've been involved in.
It's a summary.
Okay. My full name is Mark James Taylor. I hold a degree in Bachelor of Science in Zoology. 36 years experience in environmental assessment, 17 years at this with Met Fisheries Research Division, and then later on NEWA. I worked as a senior temp officer, and then in 2001 I founded my little consultancy group, Quality Ecology Limited, and still plugging along there. My evidence is based on the fact that due largely to further restrictions of the COVID lockdown last year, I was only able to conduct a desktop ecological assessment regarding the PC81 and PC82 areas included in this application. In my assessments, I addressed the ecological value of waterways, ponds and so forth of these sites and recommended provisions to include part of the plan changes to ensure these values, which range from low to moderate, are appropriately managed through the plan change. However, prior to this hearing, I undertook a visual survey from roadside viewing points to check that my evidence was consistent with the current land management around the waterways, and it was still current. There is agreement between Dr. Burrell and me as to the probable ecological values of the plan change sites, PC81 and PC82. We tend to have different opinions on the possible wetland status of water bodies in the PC81 block. However, the opinion difference doesn't matter because this area will be subject to a now standardised wetland delineation process should the raceway be modified or realigned. Both me and Dr. Burrow are both recommending that ecological surveys be undertaken prior to subdivision, and I and the applicant, the evidence of Mr. Phillips, have accepted his recommended amendments to the relevant rules. There's my summary.
We're pretty much limited to the water races, aren't we?
Yeah, in my scope. But having said that,
But there's some ponded areas. that
yeah,
are talked about.
sure.
Now, I haven't been on the site either, and I'm probably won't be. So, you don't have any photographs or anything of what this looks like?
We're relying on looking at temporal changes using Google Earth and Canterbury maps over the last 2 or 3 decades, and it appears to be what look like soap holes, but do require further investigation. Some of them seem to have a connection to possibly old fluvial grades going through, but yeah, it'll take a ground survey to sort those out. And myself and Dr. Barrow are agreeing that it does require a closer look. But generally speaking, we're not expecting high values. And it's partly because with raceways, they come from the Waimak River, and they have very fine grills, which stop a lot of fish entering that would normally naturally enter, are constrained by the grill intake. So you end up with a subset of fish, and that small subset take up habitats starting at the Waimak River and heading south. So by the time you get down to the end here, there's basically very few fish left that have the habitats further upstream. So
why do they have the grills?
Oh, it's just to stop fish and train them in the first instance. Yeah. The fish are coming into the intake and the humans. Then they end up dying or getting constrained or getting trained onto grills for irrigation tanks and things like that.
I see, yes, yes.
So you're starting off with a irrigation system which is already moderated in terms of biodiversity and abundance by the grills. And then you tend to get a retraction in abundance of biodiversity as you move further away from the winery.
Yes.
And we know this because we've done a lot of work here. We've done involved in just across the road here at Kingston Street. We translocated hundreds of little brown trout and eels from the waterways that used to run down Kingston Street here. We've also done work at Hughes further down the road as well. So, although it's a desktop survey, we do have good experience with the introduction in this area.
The main question in my mind is that if these raceways are of some value and should be incorporated into the development in order to sustain them both from an amenity and a natural value point of view, then that's something that ought to be explicit in the ODP and therefore influence the way in which subdivision development is done around it.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What we're doing is we're saying it's not that important. Well, I think what you're both saying, it's not that important that it needs that level of determination now. It can reasonably be left to a process that's post-plan change and into subdivision. And that's the whole idea of an ODP is that you're structuring your development, you're recognising particular values that should be brought into it, both in diagrammatical and narrative form. And so you're comfortable with that. That's the important thing.
I think so. And Dr. Burrow seems to take the same point of view. That they're saying, well, look, this is something we can address after plan change, as long as the work is done.
Yes, which is being written there.
Which was his point in his memo. And it's now being written in.
You can ask other witnesses what the kind of urban design and landscape value might be to the development. That's probably not for you to.
Often we work with LAs at this point to make sure that we incorporate not only ecology but aesthetic function and usability as well.
And there's no kind of downstream off-site issues that come into play.
It all goes to ground.
Goes to ground.
Yeah.
Everything goes to ground.
Yeah.
Okay.
It does.
Thank you. That's very good.
Okay.
Thanks very much indeed. Well, there we are. It's 2:58. My goodness. Afternoon tea at 3 o'clock. So if we take.
So what we'll do now is we'll have Mr. Mathamo after afternoon tea.
Yes.
And we will call Mr. Van Keekum in Adelaide and see whether he is available. But in any event, we'll do Mr. Isley.
Yeah, we'll do Mr. Isley.
Yes.
And if you can get Mr. Van Keekum.
Yeah, there's a big ODA conference in Adelaide and everybody seems to be at it, except Mr. Curtis. They need to go. So we're just not sure whereabouts in the timetable they are in Adelaide to see whether he's available or not. I don't know if you've got any.
If you don't mind, I can answer. Briefly, he was concerned when I spoke to him that he might not be able to get to calls simply because he may have only just arrived, time issue, so he may not be in a position where he can actually call.
Okay, well, we'll make those inquiries over afternoon tea.
Yes, and look, we can deal with him tomorrow morning. He's a very important witness, so absolutely.
So the only constraint that we've got is Mr. Isley does need to go this afternoon. I know that's not ideal if they end up in the opposite order because Mr. Isley is a reviewer of Mr. Van Keekum.
So it's not ideal,
but we'll see what we can do.
We'll run with it. If we can't find Mr. Van Keekum, is there anyone else we can slot in today?
Probably want to leave the two and designers together with it. We'll see whether Mr McLeod's around.
Mr McLeod and Mr Ferrelli.
We'll go make those calls now and.
Okay, well, in that case, just make it 15 minutes, just in case you can't get people, just to get that organised and be able to have a. So it's 3:15, recommence.
Right, thank you.
We are adjourned.
Oh, okay.
I'll give you one just in case.
So if you start coughing, you never know.
There we go.
Yes, it's a great idea.
Yeah.
Thanks, Joss. Okay, 3:15. Last session of the day. Commissioner last. Mr. Afamo, welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Got your summary here.
Yes.
If you could work through that, please back to us, that'll be great.
Awesome. My name is Victor Mtamo. I'm a principal consultant for the environmental science, engineering, and project management consultants, Rift Life Environmental and Projects, called Rift Life. The PC81 and PC82 areas are able to be supplied with water using existing consents, referencing Mr. McLeod's evidence. There is enough annual volume from the combined consents to meet the annual demand. I estimated the minimum instantaneous flow at 23.1 to 26.4 liters per second for the PC81 area, and 87.1 to 99.7 liters per second for the PC82 area. I also assessed the existing consents and found that the consented tanks have a combined maximum flow of 45.7 liters per second. The available annual volume is 1,084,572 liters. Using the various SDC references, I also estimated the required annual demand volume across the PC81 and PC82 area. This range from 420,000 to 610,000, just rounding up the numbers. I concluded that there is enough available consented water to meet the annual demand for the proposed plant change areas. I also note that the combined instantaneous flows are greater than the maximum consented flow rate of 45.7 liters per second. This would require amendment to the existing consents to increase the combined consented flow rate. I do not see this as an issue, as the applicant can apply for replacement consents or variations to the existing consents to get higher flows to match the required instantaneous flows. This consent should be able to be granted, provided that the assessment of effects demonstrate that the drawdown effects on neighboring wells is less than minor. As the water supply bores to be drilled in replacement of the existing ones would likely be deep, more than 100 meters. I expect the effects on neighboring bores within 2 kilometers to be less than minor. Currently, SDC has a total consented volume for the Rollaston scheme of 7.2 million cubic meters per year. Over the last 3 years, the average annual use has been 3.3 million cubic meters per year. The difference between the consented volume and the demand is 3.88 million cubic meters per year, which is a significant existing surplus. I have suggested the option to use some of the council's existing surplus water as a short-term measure. This appears to me to be an efficient use of the available supplies. The applicant would likely need to enter into a binding agreement with the council to provide their share of the water at an agreed time. In here, section 42A, Ms. A report, Ms. White recommended a rule that would restrict subdivision until a water supply is provided. Given my opinion that the potable water can be provided to the PC81 and PC82 areas, I do not see the need for the proposed rule. The applicant should just be able to demonstrate at the subdivision stage that each stage submitted for subdivision consent can be supplied with potable water to meet the requirements. I've also assessed the issue of versatile soils in response to the submission by Christ City Council. And I concluded that there are no versatile soils in the proposed plant change areas. In summary, I do not see why the proposal should not proceed on account of water supplies or soils. I now provide the bottom of Mr. Langman's evidence. In paragraph 115 and 118, Mr. Langman discusses policy 6.3.5 of the CRPS and notes that it seeks to ensure that the nature, timing, and sequencing of development is coordinated with the development funding, implementation, and operation of transport and infrastructure. He further notes in paragraph 117 that the policy was drafted to ensure that new development provides for appropriate infrastructure and that its provision should be real, demonstrable. In response to these comments, the approach by the applicant demonstrates compliance with policy 6.3.5. The first step in the process is to seek rezoning of the site. This will be followed by the subdivision consenting and development processes. This takes time. I consider that the issue of water supply will be resolved by the time the development requires it. I have demonstrated that there's more than sufficient consented water available to meet the PC81 and PC82 water demands. This supply is real as it is currently available to the PC81 and PC82 areas. Paragraph 118, the line states that I do not agree that evidence merely demonstrating that feasible servicing options exist is sufficient, or that site-specific upgrades can be made, given the need to service a number of developments, should further notify private plan changes be approved. Additionally, the upgrades have not been approved or consented. In response to this, I make the following observations. Mr. Langman seems to be contradicting what he has stated in paragraph 117 as the requirements set out in policy 6.3.1. We insist that not only should the applicant demonstrate availability of the water supply, which I have done, or that the site can be serviced, which Mr. McLeod has done, but the upgrades must be approved and consented. My question then is, how can this be consented without a plan change? On what basis will the council even consider the request for the upgrades of consents? This is a back to front approach, which would be contrary to timing and sequencing use of policy 6.3.5. In paragraph 119, Ms. Langman writes, Mr. England concludes in this infrastructure review report for STC that the borrower of the land will be required until certain water can be made available. This does not give any certainty that the proposal can be delivered particular at a pace. I respond as follows. The applicant has accepted this referral despite the fact that I do not consider it necessary. And I do not agree that this does not give certainty that the proposal can be delivered at pace. If that were to be the case, it certainly would not be because of lack of adequate water supply, if there is more than adequate supply. In his paragraph 120, Mr. Langman has misconstrued or not clearly read or misunderstood my evidence when he states that. However, Mr. Mtamo indicates that this will need to be supplemented by the use of existing capacity in the system in the short term. Nowhere in my evidence do I state that PC81 and PC82 water plants need to be supplemented by the use of existing capacity within the system in the short term. As I noted above, there is sufficient available concerted capacity to more than PC81 and PC82 plants. What I say in my evidence, paragraph 61 to 64, is that STC has over 3.88 meters per year. That is not being used. One option will be for this to be used first before the water available within the PC81 and PC82 areas. This is not supplementing the water demands for PC81 and PC82 areas, but is an effort to use water more efficiently. The consents will be transferred to STC, but in terms of priority of use, the existing unused water will be used first. I only propose the above process as an option, otherwise I do not see any reason why the developments that by water supplies their existing consents. That can be used. I consider it is clear that the proposed branch of 81, 82 are able to be supplied together supplying to development and council's requirements. In paragraph 120, Mr. Landman also expressed concern regarding considerability of any changes to consents and the possible impact on the times wastewater plant. In response, they have been prepared many consents over the years. I am confident that this consent will be procedural. The drawdown effects will be minor given the minimum depths more than 100 meters and up to greater than 200 meters required for water take consents. The bores within 2 kilometers of its size are primarily shallow bores and unlikely to be affected. I should also note that any new bores to take water using existing consents need not be within the PC81, PC82 area. They can be installed anywhere within the ROS. This means that they can be allocated where the effects on neighboring bores is less than minor or far enough from the Pines wastewater treatment plant that way to be concerned. In response to Mr. Langman's paragraph 121 regarding water availability as a result of production of living energy zone, I have calculated that there is sufficient available considered volumes to meet between 2,908 and 4,300 new properties in the living energy zone within PC81, PC82 areas. In summary, I do not agree with the assertion made Mr. Langman said regarding water supply. Thank you.
Very much. Couple of matters. So, just to be clear, we have one existing bore on each of PC1 and PC81 and PC82 at the moment for irrigation.
There are 3 bores.
3 bores.
3 bores across the properties.
Across the 2. Okay. And the water take there is used for irrigation at the moment. That's good. And do they relate to the water races at all?
No.
Quite separate.
Independent. This one is like groundwater takes.
Yes. And what you're saying is you would put down a totally new bore that's for the water tank, and it could be anywhere, as you say at the end, be where those existing bores are. Where you put down new deeper bore, two new deeper bores.
It is many as I needed, could be 1, 2, 5. As long as they stay within that annual volume of 1 million.
Okay, so the existing consent would allow replacement with multiple bores.
Yes. So you could spread them all over the township.
Now, would that then be connected to the Selwyn reticulation system, or run as it would be? So it would run within their controlled reticulated water system.
That's correct. So that volume would then add to the 7 million that it comes over with gas.
Putting it in a pot.
Exactly. Yeah.
And treatment?
At the moment, in the local paper the other day, they were saying they are going to start project next week for 2. So that's the extent of treatment at the moment. And one of the reasons for that is they've got deep bores. So the deeper you go, the deeper the water is. And you only need to provide chlorination to ensure the locals, I do appreciate it. So no treatment other than possible chlorination, which can be done at the port, at the point of supply, and then that stays there.
So without chlorination, there's no other treatment process because the water's good enough quality.
Exactly, that's the case. And that's the reason why we deep bores.
Yes.
Just get away from what happens on the surface.
Okay. Now, It's a while since I've read Mr. England's evidence, but he says, if I remember rightly, well, we actually need all our planned existing capacity for growth within the structure plan area. But what you're saying is, no, there's a massive unused resource there.
So this development needs to supply, needs to have sufficient water for itself. And what I'm saying is the council has got this reserve that's sitting there, that's meant for future developments, and this will be 10 years away. So rather than have that just sitting there, why not access some of that, and these concerns be transferred to the council, and then be used as and when those developments come in line. So it's only a suggestion.
Yes, it's a plan B, isn't it? The plan B is like, well, if there is some there that's not needed, at least in the medium term or short term, then why don't we use that and then replace it further down the track? That's what your approach is.
It's not even a plan B.
No.
It's just, in my mind,
opportunity.
It's an efficient way of using the water. So in the regional plan, they talk about efficient allocation of resources.
Yeah.
So in my mind, before these concerns start being used, the council could use some of that water just sitting there. And as and when the other future developments that are allocated that water come on stream, this bucket of water can go into this.
Yes.
It's just a numbers thing.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'll be happy for you to forget that I'm still suggesting that. and instead we conclude that this development is not enough water for this.
It's not enough water, right? It's just got to actually put the boards down together.
That's right.
And I think that's clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Anything else to well on there? Very clear. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much.
I think we're about 2 minutes to get on to owner excuse. I don't know. Have a read of the results. We'll see if we're keeping you on.
I'd be very happy to have a chance to.
Yeah, no,
Joe, just the thing in mind.
Yeah.
Comments on
Yeah,
it. So
we'll just leave them. Yeah,
Yeah.
I will just leave them for the
If it's okay.
We'll hand you out summaries that might help.
Well, yes, it's absolutely. Thank you.
Hey, John, can you hear me? Oh,
Yeah,
you're on
I'm-
mute.
How are
Sorry,
you?
you can hear me? Perfect. Right. I just wanted to double check.
Oh, perfect. So Mr. Van Peeken is at the bottom of the screen and Mr. Zelli's at the top of the screen.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Van Keeken,
Afternoon.
and Mr. Fasoli is.
Where are you, John?
I'm here.
Which part of the country? Or the world?
In the world, sorry, the audio is not all that clear at my end, but yeah, I'm down at Wanaka.
Wonderful. Nice. Okay, well, if we talk a little louder like that, does that help?
That's perfect. Yep, that's fantastic.
Right, now we have some summaries.
So Jonathan, we've handed out your summary. I'm just going to get you to read through that and then answer any questions.
Yep, that'll be fine.
Thank you. Over to you, Donovan.
Yeah. My full name is Donovan Van Keeken. I'm the Managing Director of NZDA Limited. I have assessed the potential for odour reverse sensitivity as a result of the proposed plan changes PC82 and PC81. Specifically, I have assessed the potential for odour discharged from the Pines Wastewater Treatment Plant, the Pines Resource Recovery Plant, composting operation, and the Tegel Breeder Farm to result in adverse nuisance odour effects within these proposed developments. All of the experts agree that the presented published setback distances, which are applicable for the Pines Wastewater Treatment Plant, are appropriate. As PC82 and PC81 are well beyond these published setback distances, I consider that there is no substantive odour reverse sensitivity effects on these developments associated with the existing and proposed Pines Wastewater Treatment operations. And that's up to 120,000 PE, which is the proposed expanded wastewater treatment plant. I also note that the largest wastewater treatment plant operations across New Zealand, there are consistent or smaller setback distances to that proposed for these developments, and that's outlined in my full evidence. With regards to the Tegel Breeder Farm, should the proposed PC82 development be approved, this odour source will be removed from the existing environment, resulting in an improvement/reduction in potential adverse odour effects in the existing receiving environment. When assessing the potential for odour reverse sensitivity effects as a result of the proposed PC82 and PC81 developments, the aspects to be considered are more substantive, as this development is to change lands owned as rural to residential. This changes the sensitivity of the land from low to high as defined in the Ministry for Environment Good Practice Guide. Should odour be observable beyond 600 metres from the Pines Resource Recovery Park composting operation within PC82, then the matter to be considered is whether or not this odour would be considered as offensive within this more sensitive zoning. The air quality experts agree that the use of published separation distances is an appropriate method for determining the potential for reverse sensitivity effects on an existing industrial air pollutant emitter. The published separation distance guidance documents state that these distances should be used as a conservative starting point, and that a site-specific assessment can be used to provide a more accurate or appropriate separation distance for any given case. There is a high degree of variability in the published separation distances, and there are significant differences between the Pines Resource Recovery Plant composting operation with regard to other composting operations, primarily the lack of leachate collection and treatment, and the restriction on when windrows can be turned. Therefore, in my opinion, it is appropriate for a site-specific assessment to be undertaken to define a more appropriate site-specific separation distance. I've used the following assessment tools to undertake a site-specific assessment of the potential radius of odour effects from Pines resource recovery composting activities. A, an assessment of local terrain and meteorological conditions. B, industrial experience of similar composting operations in New Zealand. C, the comparison of the Pines resource recovery plant operations against best industry practice for a composting operation of this size and nature. D, a community odour survey, and E, an odour scout survey. I've used the above lines of evidence to support my expert opinions on whether or not the proposed odour setback separation distance of 600 metres is appropriate for the PC82/PC81 developments. The experts, Mr. Bender, Mr. Zelle, and I, agree that under normal operating conditions, the Pines resource recovery plant composting operation will not result in odour which is offensive or objectionable beyond 600 metres. Mr. Zelle and my opinions differ from Mr. Bender on whether or not reverse sensitivity effects could occur during upset conditions at the Pines resource recovery composting plant. With regards to upset conditions in the composting operation, I consider that the likelihood that A, the windrows turns anaerobic, i.e. SDC failed to follow the best practice operations in the operations and dust management plan, or B, SDC turned the windrow during wind conditions which are prohibited in the ODMP, or C, the wind direction is blowing towards PC82 and the odour volume and intensity is sufficient enough that the plume will extend beyond 600 metres from the source, is very low to non-existent. Furthermore, as this situation would only occur when SDC is in breach of its consent conditions, I do not consider that this is a relevant situation which should be considered when assessing potential reverse sensitivity effects on the PC82 and PC81 developments. After considering all of these lines of evidence, I conclude that the potential for odour to be observable within PC82 is low, and as such, the potential that adverse odour effects to occur in PC81 is also very low. For this reason, in my expert opinion, there is no substantive odour reverse sensitivity effects on the proposed plan changes associated with odour discharges from the Pines resource recovery plant composting operations or the Pines wastewater treatment plant operations. Furthermore, I consider that should PC82 be approved, the removal of the Tegel breeder farm will provide a benefit / reduce the potential for odour effects in the existing environment. I apologise for losing my way partway through there. There was a housekeeping lady that was knocking on the door and then she tried to come in and apologised profusely before running out.
Thank you very much. I wonder if it might be most efficient if we heard Mr. Isoli's summary, because it's with you, and then you can field my questions as you kind of see fit between you. Does that sound reasonable?
Yes.
Okay, so we will hear from Mr. Isoli.
All right, thank you, sir. My name's John Graham Isoli. I've been an air quality scientist with Specialist Environmental Services for the past 23 years. I've previously undertaken an assessment of effects of discharges to air from the PRRP composting operation that took into account site-specific factors. I prepared the odour assessment of effects on behalf of Selwyn District Council when it consented its air discharges from the RRP. I have also reviewed Mr. Van Keckham's evidence and considered the odour survey and odour scout monitoring results that are now available. In summary, I agree with Mr. Van Keckham's conclusions regarding the extent of predicted odour effects from the PRRP and note that they are consistent with my earlier assessment of effects. Caution should be used when applying separation distance guidance in isolation without considering a site-specific assessment for odour sources such as the PRRP. A wide range of setback distances for composting are specified by various jurisdictions. In the New Zealand context, Such guidance is typically used as a screening tool to indicate where site-specific assessment may be appropriate. Mr. Van Kickham's evidence regarding the observed extent of the odour plume, up to approximately 400 metres from the source, is generally consistent with my experience of well-operated composting operations with comparable feedstock material to that processed at the PRRP. This distance is substantially less than indicated by Victorian EPA guidance that specifies a very conservative setback of up to 2,000 metres in relation to composting of green waste material. I consider that the odour scout observations relating to the PRRP site and also other well-operated windrow composting plants in New Zealand adds to the body of evidence supporting the conclusion that adverse odour effects are unlikely to occur beyond 600 metres from the active windrows. The active windrows are the primary source of odour from the site. Consent conditions and the ODMP prevent turning of windrows under wind conditions when odour may affect PC82 land. Given these controls and the relatively small frequency of winds from the west to northwest blowing from the site towards PC82, it is my opinion that residential development more than 600 metres from the composting site is not likely to result in reverse sensitivity effects. Concern has been raised that upset conditions, such as windrows becoming anaerobic, could result in odour effects beyond 600 metres from the plant. I consider that such upset conditions are not likely to occur in this case, given the detailed ODMP in place and the conditions of consent. The complaints record relating to the existing operation supports that view. Such upset conditions would result in a breach of the conditions of consent. I am not aware of any evidence that the PRRP is or has been non-compliant with the no offensive or objectionable odour beyond the site boundary condition of the consent. And that's my summary.
Thank you very much, both of you. Okay. So, I mean, there's been quite a lot of exchange between the odour experts, I know, in other forums, which has led to quite a lot of what you've said in this summary in terms of agreement. So when you use the term odour experts, I think you're including Mr. Bender or Mr. Curtis or Mr. Bender anyway in terms of his evidence when you say that. And you've pointed on to the upset conditions that is the principal difference that sits in terms of the current regime of consent and operation that carries out on that site. I will ask some questions which may be as much questions for the council as for you guys, but you can still help me with that in a minute. But in terms of the upset conditions, you've got a condition that says you can only turn the windrows in the right wind conditions. And that, presumably in your assessment, that isn't unduly limiting on the efficiency or efficiency of the composting process?
Yeah, so I might just jump in and answer that. So the consent for the composting operation is relatively unique in comparison to some of the other consents or e-discharge consents across Canterbury, and that the composting operation has a management plan, which is actually a version of which is consented in the consent. So I think it's April something 2019 or 2020 or something, that is the version that needs to be complied with. Within that is a requirement to only turn the windrows during certain wind directions and to avoid turning windrows in low or calm wind conditions. So essentially that range of wind conditions that they can't turn these windrows is when the wind would blow towards the nearest receptors, and those are the existing receptors, but there are a number of receptors between PC82 and the composting operation. So they're restricted from turning their windrows when there are northwesterly winds or westerly winds. So to answer your question, it's not unduly restrictive for them in their operations because a high proportion of the winds come from the northeast. It's very common wind direction in Canterbury. And so in any given week, it's quite likely that there will be wind conditions under which they can turn the windrows. And so it may be that for half a day they're restricted and they can't turn their windrows, but later in the day or the following day they can turn.
And presumably in the situation of a kind of fog inversion layer is dealt with by the low wind restriction.
Yes. It says to avoid in the management plan, so it's not a hard and fast rule, but that they are yeah, it's something that is recommended and is good practice for any composting operation to avoid discharging odor or a high risk odor discharging event from conditions which would not be conducive to good dispersion of that odor between the emission point and any receptors that are present.
And just turning on from that, I understand from reading that the windrow might get anaerobic if it was immersed in water or whatever. In other words, it gets too wet or gets too wet. Now, is there any situation, so presumably if they can turn it enough, then that minimises any risk of the anaerobic situation, is that right?
Hang on a second.
No, we don't need any housekeeping.
Keep knocking on the door again. And if you don't answer, they just come in. Okay, so if I understand your question correctly, you were saying that anaerobic conditions can occur when the windrows become wet, and that's a situation when essentially anaerobic conditions are where there is a lack of oxygen being able to be provided to the compost, the bulk of the compost heap. It's a microbial decomposition, and those microbes need oxygen. If there isn't any oxygen, and generally water is a very effective tool at removing the oxygen because it clogs up all the pores in the compost, then it turns anaerobic and it will generate foul odors. And so were you saying that if there wasn't an ability to turn it during these conditions that it would get worse? Was that the question? Sorry.
I'm trying to link the two in terms of risk of odour. Is that the answer to the previous question was no, in the climatic conditions we face here, that the restriction on turning isn't an operational. So I'm just sort of leading that on to, well, if that's the case, then presumably the restriction on turning isn't something that could, as a result, lead to an anaerobic condition arising.
Yeah, so turning, the whole purpose of turning is to for want of a better term, re-fluff up the compost so that you add oxygen back into the system. You're mixing oxygen into the bulk of the compost. It's also a requirement to manage the temperature within the composts. It's a exothermic reaction where the breakdown of the organic content is an exothermic reaction. The microbes generate heat, and so the compost will increase in heat as it's being broken down, and that is monitored regularly. And once that temperature profile gets above 55 degrees for a period of 3 days, then it's important for them to turn the windrows to ensure that it doesn't get too hot, because if it gets too hot, microbes die, and in very rare occasions, it can catch on fire. So it's important, it's an important part of the composting to be able to turn, but and turning is part of the mitigation for reducing odor emissions from the composting operation as on its whole. But it is an operation that does release odor as you're moving or disturbing the compost. So it's required to mitigate odor, but it is still considered to be a high risk activity because it also releases the odor that's encapsulated within the compost. But like I mentioned before, the restrictions in the management plan aren't unduly restrictive, that they can't undertake that turning activity frequently enough to have effective composting on site. There are plenty of wind conditions and percentage of time throughout any given day or week where they can turn those windrows to effectively maintain aerobic conditions.
John, do you want to add anything to that? Long note.
Yes. I think I agree with what Donovan has said. When you look at the windroses for Burnham and for Lincoln, the frequency of winds from the west-northwest are fairly low. Yes, the Burnham data is only for a year, but it still is generally consistent in that the frequency from that direction blowing towards PC82 is fairly low. So that's one factor. The other is that there's good drainage at the site, so that helps prevent the windrows from becoming waterlogged at the base. And I guess the other thought on this matter is that the composting operation has been operating according to the management plan, or has been required to under the existing consent, and the evidence from the odour surveys, complaints records, and the odour scout observations is that there hasn't been the onset of those anaerobic conditions, which would generally be expected to lead to complaint.
Thank you. Just moving up, before I forget, because otherwise I will, because I'm leaving off a little topic of the composting just while I think about it, but I'm going to come back to the composting just to be awkward. Teagle Breeder Farm. Yes, we're obviously, that's been relocated, and if it causes a smell, it'll be somewhere else. But the farm at the moment is in reasonably close proximity to existing residential properties. What has that operation been an odour risk or problem? What's the track record?
My understanding is that, but by my measurements, it's approximately 40 to 45 metres between the nearest point of the shed and the nearest residential dwelling. It's essentially across the road from the existing residential zoned land. However, that farm, in my understanding, hasn't been generating an effect to date, but that's not to say that a different operator in the future might, not run it as effectively as it is at the moment. But any chicken farm is an odour risk, and in my experience, chicken farms across New Zealand can result in effects 100 metres, 200 metres, even 300 metres from the source. yeah, so it's certainly it is a source, but I don't see it as being a significant source. And although I'm saying that there is a benefit of that, I wouldn't hang my hat and say, well, this is a massive benefit.
Thank you. Just going to your evidence in chief, Mr. Van Keppen, looking at initially, at para 21, you say one of the critical restrictions to the scale of the composting activity is the restriction of the area within which active composting and maturation can occur. Is that a restriction that is, if you like, defined in the consent because that's where it occurs, or is there some other reason why there is a restriction on the area in which it can occur?
There is a figure. There's a figure or a plan at the back of the consent, which has got demarcated areas in coloured boxes where the active composting and maturation can occur within the site. And so therefore, that's the area within which that activity is consented to occur. And if it was to occur outside of those demarcated boxes, then the activity would be non-compliant with the consent conditions.
So one of the angles I suppose I'm thinking at is, okay, the composting's got a consent regime, it's best practice, got management plans. You have taken into account the maximum volume of composting that can occur within that area, within the consent in terms of growth. We have no feedstocks, but I suppose what I'm thinking is, well, what if that changes in the future? What if they want to use different feedstocks? What if they want to use the site in a different way? In other words, what if they want a whole new regime of consent? What are the risks associated with that? And, or is that, in your view, not a reasonable flexibility to expect going forward in terms of, if you like, proximity of that activity to urban space?
Yeah, so I mean, the waste industry is constantly evolving. And we're looking at new ways to dispose of waste and divert waste from landfills. And composting is something that's becoming a lot more not accepted. It's becoming a better option than taking green waste to landfill. And so across the country, composting operations are expanding. There are new composting operations in different regions. And so I fully expect that over time, there will be a change in the way that we deal with waste. But Selwyn District Council just recently got this consent for the waste streams that they predict. The consent duration is for 25 years. And when we went through this consenting process, we were looking to be future focused, and one of those waste streams that is not currently accepted on site but was added into the consent to enable them to have that flexibility was to take commercial food waste. And that's a good example of what you're trying to ask here, is that there's a waste stream that they thought had a potential to be something that would be accepted on the site in the future. And so they were looking out at that 25-year window and then expecting that, okay, let's allow this in the consent. And so for me, I think that there's a low probability that other waste streams would want to be composted outside of what is currently consented, which is the green bin waste, garden clippings, and the food waste. Other feedstocks would be something like biosolids or something like that, but you have to have a very specialized facility to be able to compost that, and I expect that there would be some form of upgrade that would be required either which way if they were to change feedstocks to a much higher risk feedstock.
John, do you want to comment on that, given you were on the council side?
Yes, yeah, if I could just comment briefly, I agree with what Donovan has said. And the only real additional comment I have is that it's a well-managed composting operation, but relatively low tech. It's a traditional windrow composting operation. So if in the future, in the long term, there was a desire to, for example, take in various feedstocks from outside the district or other activities, then there is scope to have a higher tech operation, such as aerated composting with forced aeration, etc. So you're starting from a fairly low tech base, and there are definitely options that would improve the level of litigation that was required at some point in the distant future.
And just seeing as you mentioned biosolids, biosolids was mentioned somewhere in the evidence. I can't remember where now or whose, but how is the Pines wastewater treatment sludge disposed of at the moment?
You might want to ask the SDC team to give you a better understanding of that, but my understanding at the moment is that they have a biosolids drying facility, and then they have the ability to apply those biosolids to land within an area which is again demarcated on maps, or they have an alternate disposal method, and it'd be best to ask them exactly how they're disposing of the biosolids at the moment from the wastewater treatment plant.
We can pick that up, but my understanding of a biosolids drying facility would be something that heats it to an extremely high temperature, and you have probably a biofilter or something associated with that. Would that be, or am I asking the wrong people about that too?
My understanding at the moment is that it's essentially like a giant glass house, and it's laid out within that glass house, and it's heated up until the moisture content is dropped below a certain point. My understanding again is that there isn't any. There may be extraction of that air to a biofilter. Again, just to ask the SDC, it's really I'm not overly familiar with the exact operations.
John, you don't know, do you?
No, I don't know. I haven't visited that part of the operation.
Okay, if I just flick through, see if we haven't covered. Oh, yes. The community odour survey work, very interesting. With the one outlier being R5, of course, and 324 Brookside Road. Now, that was the person who said, well, at times it's so strong the resident is dry retching and things like that. Now, I think you had some suspicion that it wasn't related to the odour sources of the compost or anything else, or the wastewater plant. But did you take? Put it this way: I would have wanted to go further with that resident, try and get to the bottom of what it was causing them concern. Did you take it further, or even decisive everything?
We're in the public forum now, so I'll have to be careful about how I word this. The descriptions that were provided to this, the range of questions that I was asking that I was using a standardized questioning system, were very inconsistent from that one receptor than they were from any other receptor. My understanding is that that particular party is a submitter in opposition to the to these land use consent applications, plan change applications, and it may be that that individual was providing a vexatious response as opposed to something. That person said that it didn't matter which way the wind blew, the odour was always there, and that property is not surrounded by odorous sources. So that provided quite a level of inconsistency for me to make a statement that I didn't place a high weighting on that individual's responses.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. What you might call a less reliable response.
Yes, yeah.
I did make a note here at paragraph 141 where you were talking about at each odour observation location, the odour scan records the odour intensity on 0 to 7 character from a list of 40 odour characters. Remind me of, tasting wine, sniff, taste, score, much the same, isn't it really?
Yeah.
Overall hedonic tone I thought was quite good too. Look, I mean, I'd have to say the work you've done is very thorough and I think very helpful, particularly the sort of plume modelling and things like that, or plume sort of determining. And the answered really the questions about flexibility, and that's been helpful about the fact that it's a 25-year consent, quite recent, and does build in some flexibility. Just to finish that, I'm thinking worst case scenarios. As you say, the composting is reasonably low tech. How much, I did go out there yesterday, it was just getting dark, got to the gate, had a little look, could see some buildings and things like that, but just how much capital investment in there is associated asset, sort of scale of investment of facilities and buildings and stuff associated with the composting part. Put it this way, if they had to pick it up and move it the other side of the wastewater treatment plant in 40 years' time, how big a deal would that be?
Essentially, the operation is run by one loader, one digger, and one mixer. So it's a shredder mixer. The shredder mixer, you could move that. It's mobile, so that could be very easily moved. The loader and the excavator very easily moved once again. And my understanding is that they have some soak holes on site, so they're just basically big holes in the ground backfilled with big rounds. Stones, and so essentially, and a concrete pad, and a water overflow from the concrete pad to again another soak pit. So it would be very easy, relatively, for this style of composting plant to be relocated further away. There's very little infrastructure that's associated with that type of composting operation.
I agree. Mr. Boyd will have an idea in terms of costings, but that is essentially the advantage of having a low-tech operation like they have, is that it would be quite relocatable.
Well, I guess one of the key factors, though, would be currently they do receive domestic green waste, so trailer loads full of green waste at the waste transfer station. So they would have to relocate that would have to be transported from the existing operation, the waste transfer station, to wherever it's moved. So there would be a transporting cost that would be associated. However, I don't believe that's a large part of their waste stream.
Transfer station is within the site?
Yeah. So there are three primary operations within the site. There's a recycling plant where people can drop off domestic recycling. There is a waste transfer station where you can take domestic waste. We usually call it the dump, for want of a better term. And associated with that transfer station is an area where you can drop off green waste, trailer loads full of branches and clippings and those sorts of things. And then the composting operation. So those are the key aspects of the site. I do believe that there are plans to develop the site, and I think Mr. Boyd would be able to give you more insight into the planned developments of that site.
Okay, I need a couple more matters to keep you people who are dust emissions made me think of health issues. Is there in any of these situations, I'm thinking of respiratory, asthma, things like that, any associated matters with composting that you have found in any areas, or is that something that is, if you like, part of the thinking of a management plan?
Yeah, so there have been rare instances where inhaling dust from compost has resulted in Legionella's disease. And so there can be microbial species that are pathogenic to humans residing within compost, but it's rare that that occurs. And generally you have to be right next to it to be able to breathe that in. In the most common instances is where someone has bagged compost and they open it up at home and they start spreading it on their garden and they breathe it in straight from the bag. It's the most common cause of Legionella from inhaling compost dust. But this particular, that's not a risk at this particular site because the nearest receptors are hundreds of meters away. We're talking about a 600-meter separation distance. Dust, even if they would be throwing this up in the air, the dust is just not going to get that far away. I would say that if we were to draw a maximum risk radius for dust impacts, it would be 100 meters from the source.
Yeah,
that's really getting out there.
Yeah, but if I can just add to that, the issue's been raised primarily in relation to occupational exposure, or like Donovan says, when you're very close to the source, and you wouldn't typically expect dust effects from a composting operation beyond 100 to 200 meters, even if things were managed poorly. So it does follow that at the sort of distances we're talking about, at 600 meters, the risk would be negligible in terms of any pathogenic inhalation.
Yeah, there's no requirement for site staff who are constantly handling and moving this with loaders and diggers to wear respiratory protection.
Yeah.
So you won't see anybody on site wearing it. So yeah, it's a very, very, very low risk.
And I take it from what you've already said and the ground conditions that you wouldn't consider there would be any circumstances where you would need to collect the leachate, which is a high risk loader. In other words, in that location, it's always going to be acceptable for it to go to ground.
Yeah, that would be a water quality issue. I mean, if for some reason the leachate or the stormwater from the site was able to get into an aquifer, the aquifers were far enough down, then that would present a risk. But in that instance, the wastewater treatment plant, where there are millions of litres of treated wastewater that goes straight to ground as well, would be in a similarly poor position. So I don't see any situation in the future where leachate at that site would need to be collected and treated. There would have to be a major change in the water. Sorry, I don't quite catch that question.
You would transfer it to the wastewater treatment plant for treatment?
Oh, no, I was just saying the wastewater treatment plant, they apply all their water, so the water post-treatment gets irrigated to land. Yeah. So that all goes down into the, into the ground and doesn't reach the aquifers that we drink from, is my understanding, or by the time it gets there, it's clean. And so that's, if for some reason the leachate that was coming off the compost couldn't go through the same mechanism, then we would have a much bigger problem at the wastewater treatment plant than we would have at the composting operation.
Now, I was just looking at Mr. Estoli's review, and my attention was drawn when I was reading it to the point about the forestry block to the south of the Pines. Results in increased turbulence and mixing of the odour plumes during the northwesterly winds blowing towards the nearest dwelling. So the forestry block helps reduce risk, is what I understood for that. Is that forestry block will have a life? Or is that something that the consent conditions require to be maintained, managed, so that it continues to assist that mitigation factor?
Yeah, so this is a topic of discussion that's been bandied around internally within our team, and also in my discussions with SDC's site staff. That forestry block is actually a research block for forestry, and there is, in my discussions with SDC staff during my original involvement as a peer reviewer for Environment Canterbury, they stated that forestry block had some form of a designation over it where it had to, continue to be operated as a forestry research facility or something along those lines. And SDC owned the land. So to some extent, although that forest may have a lifespan, I suspect that it will continue to persist in the future, and it's in SDC's best interests to maintain forestry on that block because of the fact that it will help with dispersing odour. And there are existing receptors directly between the composting operation and the downwind of that forest. So if they were to remove the forest, they would remove the effect of the increased dispersion to existing receptors, regardless if PC 82 or 81 was there.
John, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, my only point is that our assessment isn't, well, certainly my assessment is not relying on the presence of the forestry block. It's a bonus rather than a need to have.
I agree.
That's quite important, thank you. Okay, final question, I think. Paragraph 28, Mr. Estoli's review, one of the points differences between yourselves and Mr. Boyd relates to where the separation distance should be measured from. Mr. Boyd suggests the odour setback distance should be calculated from the edge of the entire composting site, including the maturation area. In my experience, the maturing compost piles are not a significant source of odour relative to the active windrows. So what I'm understanding from that is that the maturing compost piles are kind of storage. They've already effectively are compost, and they're kind of storage and not being turned.
That's correct. So,
You've got the ones that are being turned, and that's where those other controls
that's
apply.
right. So the consent designates the active composting area and the maturing area, and the odour from mature compost that's being stored is quite a low level degree of a low rate of odour emission compared to the active composting area where those windrows are being turned and that process of decomposition is occurring. So by the time you get to the mature compost piles, that decomposition has largely happened, and that's why the odour emissions are generally not noticeable far from those mature stockpiles, and that certainly was the case in the site visit that I undertook.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Now, it's been suggested that some expert conferencing. Now,
Mr. Curtis is here. I don't know if you can see Donovan and John, but Andrew's here. So we're just having a discussion about willingness and availability to do some expert conferencing.
It's really about just fleshing out those differences. I mean, they're fleshed out a little bit, and whether it's not mediation, it's expert conferencing, it's recording matters of agreement and disagreement, and the basis for it, just to crystallise those a bit further. And I've been made aware this morning, if you like, of separate processes that can't be revealed because they're mediation and therefore they're confidential, that have been exploring the same issues for another plan change.
Yeah, I just explained to the Commissioner, Donovan, that as the mediation did have you and Mr. Bender in it, but there was and there has been no conferencing. So it was a mediation between the parties, if you like. So this would be the first, what I call expert conferencing. We were asking experts what their views are rather than what party positions are.
Yes.
So there has not been any expert conferencing on this topic.
But those experts were involved in the mediation as experts.
Yeah.
Assisting that process.
Yeah, it was a process of negotiation with parties in the room, and parties' positions are not necessarily experts' positions.
No.
So there has been no expert conferencing on this topic to date. And Mr. Azzelli wasn't involved, and neither was Mr. Curtis. So yeah. So it is a fresh process of what I call pure expert conferencing, as far as these three parties are concerned, these three witnesses.
I mean, I think it would be helpful for me. I can't direct it. I can request, and you certainly get brownie points for accepting my request. It's about as far as it goes. So if the three of you could make some time in the next couple of days, and there's no immediate rush, but that would be appreciated.
Yeah, I see a lot of benefit in it because I haven't been able to hear Mr. Curtis's views, his expert views at this point, and as he's part of this proceedings, I'm a bit in the dark, and I'd love to be able to hear his views and be able to respond to them.
Well, that's partly why I'm a little cautious, because I haven't heard his views either. But I think that if we can, but in principle, it sounds like a worthwhile path to take.
Yeah, so Mr. Curtis is giving evidence at or around 2 o'clock tomorrow, so we were contemplating that you wouldn't be conferencing before that in any event. It would be a process for the three of you to undertake after that at some stage in the near future. Is that okay with the three of you?
Yep.
Yes, that's fine. We have already had preliminary discussions about possibly 9 o'clock Wednesday. I'm not available tomorrow, but Wednesday will be the first time I'm available.
Okay, well, thank you. When I'll leave it, well, we'll hear from Mr. Curtis tomorrow, but we'll leave it following that to advance that. And it's not by order, it's by cooperation, as it were.
Yes.
Even though I've just been through a hearing where as a planner I was directed about 4 times to conference.
John and Andrew, would it be good to just do it now? Can we go into a side room somewhere or get a joint call? I'm quite keen to do this now rather than in a couple of days' time, if that's possible.
It's fine by me.
Now, there's no reason why that shouldn't happen because it's outside of our involvement. Just a matter of setting it up, actually. Mind you,
we're actually finished.
Are we finished for the day?
Yeah, so we could leave them.
We could vacate the room and disappear for the day and reconvene at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I would prefer not to do it right now.
Not right now. Okay, that's okay. I'm okay with that. Sorry, Donovan, we'll just have to make a time up after we've heard from Mr. Curtis. Be helpful.
Okay, that's fine.
We'll take that offline and
yes. Lovely. Okay. Thank you very much, both of you, for dialing in. Enjoy the cocktails of the conference in Adelaide.
Yeah, I think I'll be going to sleep. I was up at 3:30 this morning. Over here.
Yeah, some of those early flights are a killer, aren't they? Aussie. Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, goodbye.
Okay, that was particularly helpful.
I think we've run out of things to do today.
I think we've run out of things today. We're ahead.
We're ahead because we've had some demos.
And really, we've got submitters starting at 11:45. We've got Mr. Langman, who's been given 15 minutes. Not quite sure that's going to work. I'd be very happy, of course, but no. And then council in the afternoon. So we may want to get to Mr. Langman a bit before that, if possible. I'm just
because Mr. Farrelly and Mr. McLeod are going to be very short, and we've had Mr. McDermott, so
yes. But I wonder even if we perhaps, well, no, we've got Mike Wakefield as well on submission, so they're going to need a decent sort of hour slot, I think, even on summaries.
Yes, I did notice the timetable this morning. I didn't think that was quite right.
I've only just noticed that now,
yes.
So.
So our options are, I think we can, there's some time, potentially some time in the morning with some of the experts, given what Mr. Appleyard just mentioned. We can certainly bring some of those submitters forward if we can make up time. Conversely, we can also start earlier and we're able to stay here until 6 o'clock tomorrow night. So there are options.
Well, I think 9 o'clock's an early enough time to start for everyone. But I agree, Mr. Faraday and Mr. McLeod are probably not going to take very long. I mean, I think ideally we would slot in the City and Environment Canterbury before the other submitters.
yeah, that should work.
Starting at say 10:30 or 10:45 probably. And even if I haven't finished with Mr. Phillips, I could always return to Mr. Phillips before we go to the council if that was necessary.
it might be a better way actually of doing, for Mr Phillips to go after the submitters anyway.
Yeah.
That may actually be a better process for him to have heard from him.
Yes. So I think the main action from that is probably to try and see if we can actually shift the Langman Wakefield slot to after morning tea, and then we'll work around it. And that probably then won't need to shift the other two submitters who are coming in.
Yes, I just had a question regarding the Hill Street. I noticed there were some legal submissions filed.
Yes.
Are you intending just to do that showcase?
Yeah, we're not, don't wish to be heard, but yeah.
They asked when submitting them whether I had any questions. So I then read the evidence, submissions and said, no, I think that's fine.
That's fine.
It's very good that they're here.
Yes, no, I just got worried you were missing a slot. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I just need to observe this.
Just explain that, and particularly good to have you here in case there were some matters that arose or do arise that needed to be pointed your way, but I don't think they have as yet.
No, that was it.
Thank you. Okay. Are you happy with that, Joss?
And the only other outstanding matters, I don't know if you've made any progress on whether Mr Nicholson's available for some focusing tomorrow. I just noticed that the two urban design officers are coming at 9 and then he's not presenting until 3:15. So there's quite a bit of time we're all going to be here tomorrow.
I have asked him, but also I'm not sure that he's going to be in here in person. In David and Cole, because most of them listening to their counterparts via the feed. Yeah.
Yes. So he is coming in for 3:15, or is he listening?
Yeah, so all of the councils
Are
will
coming
be
in.
in person, but they've been listening today
Yes.
to the relevant
Yes.
except for Mr.
Yes.
Putting aside when, is there some general willingness, do you know, to focus?
I don't know, but I don't see why not. But yes, I think they put this for 73, so that's it.
They did.
They caucus for 73 during mediation, so we need to somehow get that.
Oh, no, sorry, I was referring to the joint winter statement, yeah, they did do for the PCC here. Sorry, I wasn't.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a different process because Mr Nicholson wasn't able to appear at the hearing, so we did, so that was quite a different process.
All right, very good. We will adjourn and reconvene at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I think there's looking like we will get through tomorrow.